Okay, Alan, we're live stream, so can we go on the record, please? Good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody back. Today is the second day of evidentiary hearings scheduled in docket EFSB 22-03, D.P.U 22-21. When we ended the hearing on Monday, we were questioning the company's witnesses on the issue of project need. And unless someone has something they need to bring up before we begin, we will resume with that.
Company has no preliminary issues.
In that case, Mr. Wong, would you like to begin with your questions, please, for today?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Good morning, everyone. Glad to see you again.
Good morning.
Sorry, there's a car alarm going outside my window. I don't know if you can hear it.
I can't.
Good. So at the tail end of the hearing on Monday, we were talking about interim operational measures, and I'd just like to get a little bit more clarification on that if I could. Just to start off, could the witness panel just at a high level explain how the interim operational measures at Somerville substation and I believe at Putnam help the project need in the interim before a project is put in place?
Sure, I can start, but I'll defer to Mr. Freeman and Mr. Martinez on the details. We plan to move 34 megawatts of the East Cambridge 875 station loading onto Putnam Station. We also plan to move 44 megawatts of 875 station loading onto Prospect Street Station, which is supplied, as we had discussed, through 4 radial distribution feeders from Somerville bulk station. So essentially putting 44 megawatts of additional demand onto Somerville and 34 megawatts of additional demand onto Putnam. That 44 megawatts of demand addition to Somerville is actually much more helpful than the Putnam 34 megawatts of transfer. And I'll explain that in 2 parts. The 44 megawatts, when it is moved to Somerville or Prospect Street Station, that is now essentially from a transmission topology. Somerville today is supplied by Mystic Station. So essentially Mystic Station and the 2 pipe type cables that come from Mystic into Somerville essentially pick that load up. So it is officially at that point off this quote unquote load pocket of East Cambridge and Putnam. The 34 megawatts that moves from 875 station, East Cambridge to Putnam, that does nothing absolutely for the transmission loading issues at hand. It just moved 1 station over from the transmission standpoint. And why is this important? This move to Somerville, if you see table 2-5, the overloads that would sustain on 831-536 for the loss of the parallel line exceeds the long-term emergency rating of those cables anywhere between 146 to 148%. This is really important because that 146 and 148% exceeds even the short-term emergency rating, or also called the drastic action limit of the cables. Now, the drastic action limit of any transmission cable, it cannot be sustained for more than, in general, more than 5 minutes. In some cases, it could be 5 to 15 minutes. Long-term emergency rating, you have to be, if you're above summer normal rating and within long-term emergency rating, you can in theory have that be within for an entire load cycle, could be 12 hours to 24 hours essentially. So LTEs are generally 12-hour ratings. Drastic action limit ratings are generally 5 to 15-minute ratings. So the 146% to 148% loading, what is not shown there is it also exceeds drastic action limit. So had we not moved the load from East Cambridge on to Somerville, we would have this table 2-5 situation at hand, where we would have such a high loading that would require an operator to make a decision within 5 minutes to relieve loading. So that's on the transmission side. On the distribution side, the 44 megawatts of load that's moved to Somerville helps, of course, relieve East Cambridge, and also the 34 megawatts of load helps to Putnam helps relieve East Cambridge Station. So there's benefits on the distribution side for load transfers both to Putnam and Somerville, but I just wanted to highlight that load movement to Somerville has significant both N-1 and N-1-1 transmission non-consequential load loss mitigation that is helped by that. How we're exactly doing the load transfers, it would be good if I could defer to Mr. Freeman to speak to how we're physically making that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. The only thing I'll add to Mr. Chatterjee's excellent explanation is that as you know, the fourth transformer was installed at Putnam in 2020, and we have been moving the load from East Cambridge to Putnam in stages. The third transformer at Somerville, as the petition indicates, was originally intended to be installed before the summer of 2023. That would have resulted in what you're seeing in some of the tables presented. However, that project has been delayed to before the summer of 2025, really in the fourth quarter of 2024, so in time for the summer 2025 peak period. Therefore, the company has had to resort to other interim measures, moving load to Mystic in order to relieve the Somerville substation. And Somerville, therefore, is not an option to relieve East Cambridge before the summer of 2025. And as far as moving the load, and I'll let Mr. Martinez add some detail as he sees fit. But as we discussed yesterday, Mr. Wang, Mr. Wong, sorry, in terms of moving load from one station to another, it really comes down to doing distribution feeder construction in the streets. We literally have to cut the feeder and move customers from the segment of the feeder that's connected to substation A, move that segment physically and connect it to substation B. And so therefore that would entail moving from load from substation A, in this case, East Cambridge, to substation B, which is Putnam. So it's really about digging up the streets, doing the construction, and physically connecting the load from one station to another. Mr. Martinez, do you have anything to add to that?
Not much to add to that, but just on the technical aspect of it. At Putnam, we installed one transformer and additional sections of switchgear, which at the station, those are the ones that we can physically connect the feeders. duct banks constructions are required from Putnam all the way to where the load pocket is. So, we require additional duct banks from Putnam all the way to where the load growth is in order to extend those feeders to where the load growth is. Similar in Somerville, the plan is to install a third transformer, but also additional sections of switchgear in order to pick up the load at where the growth is at the load pocket. A similar scenario is required. We require duct banks to go from Somerville 402 down to where the load is. And then inside those duct banks, we can extend feeders in order to pick up, like Mr. Freeman said, individual customers or sections of feeders. And we do that as, in a, let's say, call it year by year basis. We plan that out, what will be the best load to pick up. Thank you.
So just to clarify, is the company currently going through this process, and is it going to need to continue until the project is completed or until the Somerville transformer is able to be installed?
That is correct. Currently, the company is going through the process of extending distribution feeders from Putnam to where the load is at near East Cambridge. And also, the company is in the process of installing the third transformer at Somerville, installing those additional sections of switchgear, building duct banks from Somerville to where the load pocket is in East Cambridge, and then building additional feeders. And that work will continue until the new station is built, because those are the transfers that we've planned to do. So as the load materializes, additional feeders will be required in order to transfer the load. So that work will continue. Thank you.
I will just add that the reason the 34 megawatts of load transfer at Putnam is because we cannot add 35 or 36. So these load transfers out of East Cambridge onto Putnam stations at 34 megawatts brings the loading in table 2-12 to 204 megawatts with a firm rating of Putnam at 211 megawatts. So we would be out of options to move any more load onto Putnam. If there are any further delays in Somerville, we would be out of options.
Thank you for your responses. That was really helpful for my understanding. Just so I have a couple follow-ups, just so I'm completely clear on what these transfers look like. I think Mr. Freeman, you really helped me understand that this is more involved than if you foresee a circumstance next week and you need to transfer. It seems like this is you're planning at the start of the year. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, you're planning what?
You're planning at the start of the year or at the start of the season, rather. Is that correct?
Correct. This is something that has to be done in advance. The lead time is such that we need to plan, literally a year in advance in order to make these moves. That's correct.
Thank you. And Mr. Chatterjee, you did talk about the drastic action limit, and I appreciate you also using the other name, the short-term emergency limit. I guess I want just a little bit more. The name itself, drastic action limit, implies something. Could you tell me what a drastic action might look like?
Sure. I would defer to Mr. Lucas to explain from a transmission line engineering standpoint, but it all has to do with the cable, what a cable is designed to sustain. Drastic action limit is the absolute highest limit at which a transmission line can be loaded, and operating at that for more than 5 minutes essentially rapidly degrades the integrity of the cable. And that's why the ratings are there for 5 to 15 minutes, going above long-term emergency rating and below the drastic action limit cannot be sustained for more than 5 to 15 minutes. But I'll defer to Mr. Lucas to explain why these ratings are the way they are.
Mr. Wong, thank you for the question. The only thing I'll add is that the ISO New England Planning Procedure 7 documents a lot of terms and definitions related to transmission line ratings. So you'll find drastic action limit there. And Mr. Chatterjee is correct. I mean, any flow through a transmission line in exceedance of its normal rating is essentially degrading that facility, that cable. And drastic action is just the highest exceedance that's defined and has the 5-minute duration associated with it, which is the shortest duration of any emergency rating. And so it's just meant to the term drastic is really just meant to emphasize how far in exceedance of the normal rating those flows are. And so, right, operators would have to take action to get the rating back.
I'm sorry. And so what?
Operators would have to take actions to get it below that rating in 5 minutes. And so because the cable is being damaged while it's undergoing those types of flows. Thank you.
I would just add, Assistant Director Wong, the movement of these loads onto essentially Somerville Station and Putnam. That's why in table 2-14, after the construction of 8025, we reverted back 50 MVA of load out of Putnam back to 8025, 50 MVA of load out of 875 back to this new 8025, and 20 MVA of load out of Somerville back to 8025. That's how we essentially are. The 8025 station, immediately after we have that, will have 120 megawatts of load on it immediately day one, because we'll be reverting back these loads onto that new station.
Thank you. That sort of anticipates this next question, but I'm just going to ask it, and we can move on quicker. But so these interim measures, the additional transformers at Putnam and Somerville, were introduced due to delays in, as the company has stated and argued rather, is due to delays in the construction of a project like the Greater Cambridge Energy Program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chatterjee, as you stated, after the project or a project like this one as proposed by the company is built, the interim operational measures, or rather the loads that have been transferred, were transferred back to the original substations. Does that make the interim measures obsolete?
By definition, these interim measures are not supposed to be permanent, so they would be obsolete, yes. But I just wanted to make sure the numbers are a little bit different, right? So we move 44 megawatts into Somerville, 34 megawatts into Putnam. But when we revert back the loads to 8025 station, we bring 20 megawatts back from Somerville, 50 megawatts back from Putnam. So essentially we're offloading Putnam much more significantly than we did with the interim measures. And that is done because in 2-12, you'll see that with the interim measures, we're operating Putnam at 96% of its firm capacity. And if you see in 2-14, with the 50 megawatts of movement back to Putnam, We're now at a more comfortable place in 2030, operating Putnam at 73%, 68% at Somerville, and 76% at 875. So the interim transfers being reverted back is not exact. What we're trying to do is get to a place of normalcy where all of these stations are roughly around 75, 76% of their firm capacity. And whatever that translates to, how much ever load we can move to 8025 station, translates to roughly about 120 to 132 megawatts.
And Mr. Chatterjee, so I can understand correctly, the discrepancy in the load that's being transferred back to what it is originally is due to these additional transformers at the Putnam and Somerville substation. Is that correct?
Correct. But as the load, as I mentioned before, one of the new things that happened in Somerville is that we have another 24 megawatts of load addition at Somerville. So as Mr. Freeman mentioned, I mean, this is unfortunately, some of this is not as planning decisions as some of it may be operational decisions. So if there's more native load growth in Somerville, we will have to support that. And so we may have to revert a lot more of the only 20 megawatts of transfers back to 8025 to maybe 40, maybe even 50 megawatts onto 8025. The objective is to have all of these stations, Somerville, Putnam, East Cambridge, and the new 8025 operate in concert and in harmony together, not have any one station take on too much.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. And just so everything's clear on the record, it sounds like the interim additional transformers would still provide a benefit even if the project, even after the project would be built.
For sure. I hope the interim measure being obsolete doesn't translate to those additions of transformers at Somerville and Putnam being obsolete. I hope that wasn't what I was conveying. What I was conveying is that those transformers at Putnam and Somerville can now start to sustain the load in Somerville and Putnam rather than having to support this region. So by no means are those interim measures being obsolete, should be construed as the addition of fourth transformer at Putnam or the third transformer at Somerville being obsolete. That is most certainly not the case.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification. And yesterday, on Monday, I believe, it was stated that Somerville, a large part of Somerville substation operation was providing for Prospect Street in Cambridge. Is that correct?
That is correct. I mean, the topologically, historically, right, you had these pipe type cables that had over 60 years ago been built to run from Brighton onto Mystic, and a bulk station was created in Somerville with 4 feeders dedicated to Prospect Street station. Historically, it does appear it was primarily constructed to support Cambridge, but that was before load in Charlestown and Somerville started to grow. And with that growth, we have to make changes to how the original topology was designed.
Thank you. And that gets to my next question, which is, as you had described on Monday, there would be forecasted an additional 24 megawatts of load at Somerville substation. I was wondering if that addition would strain Somerville and its supply to Prospect Street in the future.
It would. Having more demand grow in the city of Somerville loads up the Somerville station so that it we will have to construct feeders, and Mr. Martinez can clarify this. He referred to some of these new loads, Boynton Yards and Union Square. These are loads that are, excuse me, these are loads literally around the neighborhood of Somerville Station. So the loads that are growing in Somerville are so close in proximity to Somerville Station that it just makes natural sense to have Somerville Station start to support more of that native load growth, and also potentially some load growth in Charlestown area until we figure out a longer term solution in Charlestown, which as you know, the entire Charlestown area is today supported out of Mystic Station north of the river and through a long distribution cable. So this is a moving problem, growing problem all the way from North Cambridge all the way to Charlestown. And as planners, we just have to continue to evolve our designs to support that entire broader area.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. And the Somerville additional transformer and the existing Putnam additional transformer have been described to us. And in fact, I think we had seen the site for the Somerville substation. I was wondering and what types of approvals were required for Putnam, the additional transformer, and what is required for the Somerville transformer?
I'm sorry.
So Mr. Wong, for the Somerville transformer, I can speak to that briefly. I know that we have been in discussions with the city about local zoning relief in order to install the third bank at Somerville, and those discussions have been successful. So that, as I mentioned, we will be installing that bank Q4 of 2024. The details surrounding that, Miss Benjamin's, if she's on, and I think she's on, would be in an excellent position to give more detail on that, and possibly also on what was required for the Putnam fourth bank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman. To date, we worked closely with the city of Somerville to identify the mitigation components and visual mitigation to address the third transformer. The addition of the transformer is at a substation location that's undergoing tremendous development in the city of Somerville, and the adjacent residential members, as well as the US2 development, were concerned about how this substation would look in the future. So the majority of the delay was around how we looked at the station and how it would blend in with the landscape. We started initially with the facade, which was the request of the city, and we incorporated local artists' design into what the overall visual aspect would look like. But as the US2 development progressed and the area took on much more of a modern design, we took a step back and actually are embracing the industrial look of the substation and reinforcing it to match the adjacent areas. So we were able to get approval to move that project forward with the city of Somerville, and have come to agreement. I believe there was a question about an additional transformer at Putnam. Is that correct?
Yes, I just wanted to get an idea of the approvals required for that and for the planned Somerville additional transformer.
For the transformer that's already been installed, or if an additional transformer is needed?
For the existing one, just to get a sense of what went behind that.
That all of the permitting for the additional transformer at Putnam was done locally with the city of Cambridge. We had to get local permitting, local zoning approval to add in the additional transformer. The process took at least 8 months. We had to undergo some substantial visual review of the property. We also had to ensure that the additional transformer met all of the sound requirements of the city. And we also looked at some additional concerns raised by the city of Cambridge and the adjacent residents around how the existing station was operating. I will say that anytime we pursue local zoning in these communities, when we're expanding or reinforcing existing infrastructure, there are typically a lot of questions about the existing infrastructure. And that's usually the focus of what those conversations are, because it's an opportunity for the community to voice their concerns. So we did attain zoning approval for that project. It's been installed and operating, and we have met all of the sound requirements of the city to date.
Thank you. And just also, just for my understanding, do you have a ballpark estimate of what these interim measures cost?
I would have to go back and confirm with my team about what those overall costs are.
Okay, and just one follow-up on that. Would those costs be subject to confidential treatment, or is that not?
That's a good question. If you're looking for overall cost, we can provide that without confidential treatment. But if you're looking for details broken out in the cost, that's where we as Eversource are concerned with maintaining our ability to function in a cost competitive manner throughout the industry.
Okay. I think for now I'm interested in just the ballpark figure, and I appreciate that figure also, that response also including what was and wasn't included in the cost. For example, if you're not including land easement costs and so on.
So all of these properties are owned by Eversource, which is why they were ideal solutions to pursue when we're looking at an interim measure. As Mr. Chatterjee spoke to, the idea is for them to be put in service as quickly as possible, which is also why we worked closely with the host cities of Cambridge and Somerville to be successful. But we do own those properties, and that's why we selected those locations.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Ms. Stark, I guess my last question on that is, do you think you could get that to me as part of the hearings, or would you prefer that as a record request?
I'd prefer it as a record request to give us time to confirm with our teammates. Those are one of the projects has been in service for several years, and one we're still in the process of designing and completing the construction. So we need to confirm that those cost estimates are up to date.
Thank you. That makes sense. Mr. Murphy, could we put that in?
Sure,
writing?
Mr. Wong, can you just confirm what you're asking for as the record request? Exactly, and also, I believe we'd probably want to know as part of the record request whether that cost was included in the total project cost for this project.
Okay. So the question is, could the company provide the cost of the interim operational measure at both Putnam and the planned interim operational measure at Somerville substation for the record? And as Ms. Sharkey had added, to to state whether those costs are included as part of the cost of this project, the Greater Cambridge Energy Program.
I can confirm that those costs are not part of this overall solution, but we can clarify that and add, reinforce that in our response.
Thank
Thank
you. That would be record request EFSB-7. And if there is any information that the company is concerned could potentially require confidential treatment, then the company should state so in the response and include it as part of the pending motion for protective treatment for confidential cost information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamins. I'm going to get back to the Somerville question. So again, talking about the 24 megawatt increase at Somerville substation. I understand that is part of the latest forecast, the latest annual forecast by the company. So that's relatively new information. I'm just wondering at a high level if the company is looking at that value and frankly the scale of the increase, and whether it's considering any projects, even at this early stage of planning, any projects similar to this project in Cambridge for Somerville due to expected load growth in Somerville.
Not at this time, and I'll again refer to table 2-14. If you see the last column, year 2030, in that we had a Somerville load of 82 megawatts. 82 megawatts plus the additional 24 megawatts brings the total new load at Somerville at 106 megawatts with a firm rating of 120 megawatts. Now the station would be loaded at 88%. That is with the addition of the third bank. So while that is not ideal, we will not need a new plan for the city of Somerville. We will just have to move likely all of the loads at some point that we have moved to Somerville, the 44 megawatts that we had originally moved and planned to move back 20 megawatts into 8025. We may need to move all of the load back to 8025 at a future time, which we haven't yet come to a determination of. But bottom line is, if anything, the table 2-14 shows that the collective 4 stations, East Cambridge, Putnam, Somerville, and the 8025 stations can support significantly higher demand in that area. And so we could move load around in that area without having to come up with another project to serve this area.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And hypothetically, it could be that if Somerville in the future needs some load relief, that the project would help with moving load in the opposite direction from Somerville into Cambridge. Is that does that make sense in terms of questioning?
Right, but we again don't want to be in a place, right, where we move so much load onto 8025 that now East Cambridge is supporting Somerville, if that's what you're getting at. I would say that, the ESNP that we filed lists 17 new substations and upgrades to 26 substations. At this point in time, plans change, but at this point in time, that is the plan we're working off of. That would help supply Charlestown, Cambridge, City of Boston, and North Cambridge, and all the way to our Metro West areas. If we can execute on the plan successfully, we wouldn't and shouldn't have to be in a place where one substation that was originally built or designed to supply a town or two towns is now having to supply 3 towns or 4 towns over because we haven't been able to successfully execute on the ESMP. And Mr. Martinez, if you could add more context to it.
Yeah, I should put, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Wong? Okay. So we do see the proposed project, the new station A025, benefiting the area of the city of Somerville that is, you know, the Boynton Yards and the Union Square area. That is definitely an area in the city of Somerville that the new substation will provide support to. There is a natural boundary between, you know, the city of Somerville, that area of Union Square and Boynton Yards, and the rest of the city of Somerville. There's, you know, the train line is there, and then the Somerville Avenue. So there's physical boundary, which makes it difficult to kind of pick up that area with the Mystic area on the north. So ideally, that area will be better served by Somerville 402. And when I say that area, I mean the area south of, let's say, Somerville Avenue, the area around Union Square, the area around Boynton Yards development. So all that area is better served by Somerville 402.
Thank you. So I'm gonna move on to something else that we talked about on Monday. I'd just like to clarify a couple of things about the vicinity facility. As of right now, to the company's understanding, is the vicinity steam facility purely a demand customer to the company, and no other function such as, you know, because it's connected and historically it's been a generator. If there's any other direction of for provision.
I'm sorry, any other direction, what?
Of provision of electricity.
So, Mr. Wong, I might need clarification, but let me try. So, Vicinity's Kendall Square generating facility currently has 3 electric generators there, and the steam production currently, those generators are there's a combined cycle unit there that's able to produce the steam. So currently the steam production is not an electric load from Eversource's perspective. Does that address your question?
Yes, I think what I just wanted to confirm is whether this additional 42 megawatt forthcoming and then future 42 megawatts are purely, as the company is seeing, just step loads on demand.
Yes. So the 2 proposed boilers at Vicinity's Kendall facility, you know, at least they are step loads in the sense that it's a single large load. I do want to make a slight clarification that those loads would be on transmission. And so usually when we talk about step loads, it's in the context of adding them to our distribution. So importantly, right, if it's added to the distribution system, it'll be fed through our transformers. But these step loads at Kendall interconnect directly to the transmission system. So they will be fed through our transmission lines. But other than that, yes, I mean, they're both large individual loads that will be added to Eversource's transmission system.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. 1 second.
If I could interject, Mr. Lucas, do you know what regulatory agency would govern the provision of either interruptible or later firm transmission service to Vicinity from the company?
So Eversource currently has a state rate, that retail rate that allows customers that have transmission to be fed off transmission. It's very rare. We only have a few customers that are on it, but that is essentially how Vicinity, that is the rate that Vicinity will use. And so I think the answer to your question is the state of Massachusetts.
And so even though it's a transmission rate, which we might not commonly think of being regulated by the Department of Public Utilities in Massachusetts, you're saying that this is a retail rate that's where the contract and or rate might be reviewed by the Department of Public Utilities. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear an answer.
That is correct.
Thank you.
May I follow up, Ms. Sharkey?
Please.
So is Eversource providing service to Vicinity through when you say state rate, is it a tariff or a special contract?
It is not a special contract.
So you have a tariff that under which you bill or provide service to Vicinity, which is a tariff reviewed and approved by the D.P.U.
Correct.
So Vicinity looks like an end-use customer to Eversource. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Does Vicinity look like an end-use customer, albeit a big one, to Eversource?
Yes.
I'll just clarify that while that may be the case in the longer term, after the construction of 8025 station and after these non-pool transmission facilities are fully integrated to the 8025 substation and become therefore PTF facilities, it is my understanding that they would eventually become regional transmission customers, and I'll let Mr. Lucas confirm that, but that is my understanding, at which point they will be under FERC jurisdiction.
That is correct. The state retail rate is the interim measure through which we are providing service prior to the construction of Station 8025. Once Station 8025 is in service, Vicinity will be able to have a federally jurisdictional regional rate at that point.
So I'd like to ask a record request, Mr. Lucas, that the company provide a copy of the tariff that we've been discussing, under which the company provides retail transmission service to Vicinity. And that would be record request EFSB 7.
I have just 1 second, please.
Ms. Sharkey, I believe it's number 8.
Oh. Okay. Then we would make that record request number 8. Thank you, Mr. Kaler.
Ms. Sharkey, can I follow that question up?
Please do.
Before you do, Mr. Green, I think Mr. Wong just dropped off. He's having internet trouble.
Okay. Hopefully we'll see him shortly.
since he dropped off, should we take kind of our mid-morning break now?
Maybe just give him a moment. He usually gets back on pretty quickly when these things happen, so
Okay.
we might see him in about 30 seconds.
John, I'll have a follow-up also when we get going again. Please.
Okay, thank you.
He indicates he's having sort of intermittent internet connectivity.
Would using his phone be a help in
I'm sorry,
addressing that?
may I suggest we go off the record?
Thank you, Alan. Off the record? So Andy, would using his phone be, as an alternative, be more reliable than maybe his home
It's
internet?
possible. It's possible.
I see Mr. Wong.
Hi, sorry about that. I'm on my phone right now. Could you give
Do you
me
need
a
some more time?
update? I don't know.
We
I don't know.
we went off the rec. We're off the record now. We went off the record, and I think both Andy and Joan have follow-up questions at the moment that they want to ask.
Okay, I will monitor it. But please go ahead.
Okay. Back on the record.
Thank you.
I hope I didn't forget my question, but I'll try to remember it. It was, I think, in response to Mr. Lucas's explanation about how the service to vicinity transitions to FERC. And I was wondering whether that service would fall under the ISO New England tariff for large generator interconnections or some other tariff provision.
I think it's actually both, because it's fairly complicated, but because these lines are non-pool transmission facilities, there's both an ISO New England regional service and an Eversource local transmission service, but both of which are, under FERC.
Under FERC in terms of the ISO New England tariff, one being the regional and one being the local network service?
Correct.
And what's the sort of defining moment when the department's jurisdiction would no longer apply and FERC's jurisdiction would begin?
My understanding is it would be when the vicinity service transitions from the state retail rate, which I checked my files, is the existing G-3 rate, which we have at least one other customer in Cambridge on the G3 rate already. So it would just be using that existing state retail G3 rate. But once Vicinity transitions off of that state retail rate would be my understanding of when the jurisdiction would transition from state to federal.
Is there an absolute obligation for the company to provide the service under the FERC tariff provisions? We've talked previously about firm versus interruptible service. I'm asking if when we're transitioning or see a transition to FERC jurisdiction, that comes with an obligation on Eversource's part to provide a firm service.
Eversource has an obligation to provide service.
Firm, interruptible, something else?
Again, my understanding is it depends on what the customer is requesting.
Not to go too far on this path, but if a customer is asking for a service that the company does not have the infrastructure to support, what happens?
Options could include paying for the necessary infrastructure or accepting an interruptible service.
And the company, Eversource, has the prerogative to impose those limitations?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Can you clarify the question, please?
Yeah, if a customer like Vicinity says, we'd like to receive firm transmission service, and Eversource does an analysis of that request and says, we cannot accommodate firm, we can provide an interruptible service under a FERC tariff provision. Does Eversource have the prerogative to limit the service to an interruptible service rather than providing exactly what the customer like Vicinity is requesting?
Eversource can make those options available to the customer.
So the answer is yes, Eversource has the prerogative, or no, it doesn't.
What I'm trying to, and I'm not quite sure if Eversource cannot impose any decision on the customer.
Still not getting quite the clarity I'm looking for, Mr. Lucas. I'm really trying to sort of understand who calls the shots in this, bilateral situation where a customer is asking for a service and Eversource feels that it is not able to provide that particular service at that particular time and offers something less firm or, slightly different. And I'm just trying to understand whether Eversource has that authority to say, no, we can't meet your requirements exactly as requested.
Let me see if I can clarify, Director Green. Similar to generation interconnection customer requests or load interconnection customer requests, the ball is always on the customer's court on making the decisions that they need to make given the interconnection, either generation or load studies that we conduct and determine the upgrades that are necessary. We can come up with the studies and show, and we do have an obligation to conduct the studies of what it would take to reliably interconnect, and we can give the customers options. We have an obligation to give the customers options. If they request 42 megawatts of interconnection, we will give them the transmission needs and the ensuing solutions and upgrades necessary to interconnect 42 megawatts of load. If the customer chooses to not do that and change their service request to an interruptible load, that is their decision. And then based on their revised request, we would again conduct a study accordingly and determine what solutions or upgrades are necessary. I'll let Mr. Lucas confirm that.
That's correct.
So I might suggest that in the company's response to record request EFSB-8, in which we had asked for a copy of the state tariff under which the company was intending to provide service to vicinity, if in the response to EFSB RR8, the company could also address the terms of service under which the company would provide service under the state tariff, including, for example, if other tariffs such as the terms and condition of service would govern issues related to the interconnection of the customer and the manner in which the connecting infrastructure would be, the cost of the interconnecting infrastructure would be recovered or provided. And in that response, also address the company's expectation on how vicinity would be served once there is a transition to the PTF facilities and vicinity potentially becoming a transmission customer who's governed by rates filed with the ISO and needing approval by FERC. So that would be the modification of record request EFSB 8.
Before we lock that in, I think one other aspect that I'd like to try to incorporate, Ms. Sharkey, is if there was analysis that Eversource did in determining how and when vicinity would transition to a FERC jurisdictional tariff, in terms of any type of contingency analysis or load flow studies or anything of that sort. I think we'd like to see what that analysis entailed. And as I understand from Mr. Chatterjee's response, that is what precedes the interconnection commitment on the part of Eversource, that it's been evaluated and offered to the customer as the requirements for the provision of the service.
And Ms. Evans, did you have an additional?
I think Mr. Chatterjee's trying to get a word in here as to whether I'm correct or not.
Yes, but I just would like to clarify that that would then make this record request a protected record request.
That's fine. Like the other record requests I talked about earlier, the company can include the response under the rubric of the motion it's filed with regard to confidential information, whether it is either CEII or confidential cost motion. However, again, we do request that parties limit the extent of redaction to the extent necessary, and otherwise provide a redacted response on the public record. Ms. Evans, did you have an addition that you were seeking to include, or did you have a separate question?
I have a separate question and we could figure out the best way to incorporate it. And my question is for further information regarding the transition when vicinity will be served by a FERC jurisdictional tariff. And the question is, when that happens, will there be cost and revenue allocation changes? And if so, how do those changes affect this project?
Mr. Rosenzweig, did you have a question?
This wouldn't be the appropriate time for it, so I'll let the witnesses respond to the extent they're able.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Could I just get a clarification on what cost changes you're referring to? Because remember, nothing regarding Vicinity's electric boiler relates to the Greater Cambridge Energy Project. And so I just want to make sure when I understand you're asking about cost changes, what costs are you referring to? Is it the rate?
In general, and you can let me know if I'm looking at this incorrectly, but the cost to serve Vicinity, which currently would be recovered under a state tariff, I think we talked about the G3 tariff, and any revenues coming from serving that Vicinity facility, whether going from a state tariff where those costs and revenues flow through a state tariff to a federal tariff, whether that changes how the costs and revenues are allocated and whether that has any effect on this project.
What costs are allocated?
Costs to serve this customer. Am I asking the wrong question? I'm not sure that I'm asking the wrong question, or perhaps maybe the question's best answered in a record request, if that works better for the company, and you can correct my understanding if necessary.
I think part of the confusion is, I think the witnesses' testimony has been that the cost to serve this Vicinity will be part and parcel of the overall project that we're proposing here, 8025 and transmission line upgrades. And there won't be a separate facility addition or cost category that isn't otherwise part of the Greater Cambridge project itself, which will in part have some distribution components and transmission components subject to either the D.P.U. or the FERC jurisdiction. So there isn't any sort of unique element that's separate from that based on the witness's testimony.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Rosenzweig. So the fact that the Vicinity facility will eventually become FERC jurisdictional will not change how the company addresses the cost in the context of the overall project. That's my question. Will the cost to serve the customer, which is part of the overall project here, not a particular facility, but the overall project, because of the expansion in part is needed to serve this customer, will that cost be allocated differently once this is a FERC jurisdictional customer?
So that's an important clarification. The Greater Cambridge Energy Project is not to serve Vicinity.
Maybe I can interject.
Thank you.
When we get to the project cost portion of these evidentiary hearings, the company has already provided some information on how costs would be allocated for certain components of the Greater Energy Project. For example, it provided some information on the relative allocation of the substation costs between transmission and distribution functions. I believe when we get to the project cost section of the evidentiary hearings, if the arrangement with Vicinity changes any of the information regarding the allocation of costs between transmission and distribution. I believe that's a topic we will explore at that point.
Presiding officer, Ms. Sharkey, if I could, from a technical standpoint, just address the question at hand.
Please.
Specifically as it relates to the design of 8025 station, which is displayed in figure 3-2 on page 3-6. We have an existing transmission line from East Cambridge to Kendall. That line does not change with or without Vicinity's incremental request for additional load. We had always planned to loop the Kendall to East Cambridge line into and out of 8025 station to mitigate the N-1-1 consequential load loss of the 831-540 and 831-538 transmission lines between Putnam and East Cambridge. That risk remains even with the construction of 8025, but for that Kendall to East Cambridge line being looped into and out of 8025 substation. We are not adding another transmission line into the Kendall facility because of additional load request at Vicinity's facility at Kendall Station. We do not need to do that. We do not see the need to do that. And to the extent Vicinity specifically asks for an additional transmission line to benefit them, that is not in the scope of this 8025 station, and therefore those costs are not included in here. And to the extent that is needed at a future time, those costs scope distinct and different from the 8025 station as we've designed it.
I appreciate your testimony. I'm just trying to provide kind of a foretaste of what we might be asking in the project cost questioning with regard to the information already provided by the company with regard to the allocation of costs between the transmission and the distribution functions, and whether when the company provided that information, was the arrangement with Vicinity contemplated? And if it was, then presumably that would be reflected in that allocation. If it is newer, perhaps, in terms of information on which the original analysis provided by the company was provided, then to what extent we may need to review potential changes in the information regarding the breakdown of costs that were provided. That's all.
Thank you,
that
Ms.
clear?
Sharkey.
Understood.
Mr. Rosenzweig,
Can I just jump back in for a second? So separate from the cost questions that were just being asked, I'd like to also ask whether the revised load forecast that we asked for previously in a record request for the forecast that was performed in Q1 of 2023 contemplates the service that we're talking about to Vicinity, or did that happen after that forecast was updated in Q1 2023?
The forecast that I referred to, the 14/15 at East Cambridge, the 24 megawatts at Somerville, the 9 megawatts additional at Putnam. Those are all distribution load forecasts. The additional 42 or 84 megawatts of load request at this point is not a firm notification to the company, but to the extent it is, it will still not be included in that distribution load forecast. It will flow directly into transmission load forecasts because it's connected on the transmission station. Does that help, Director Green?
Yeah, it may. So in other words, you're saying that the service would be going to vicinity does not go through any type of transformation at any of the area substations. It's strictly flowing through transmission lines external to any of the substations in the project area.
Correct. And the ensuing studies will be strictly limited to transmission studies and no distribution analysis is needed.
Okay, so now that we've established that, I still have, I guess, one other question. So even if it's not going through the substation transformers, but it is affecting the flow on the transmission lines that feed those substations, could it still impact the reliability of those substations and their ability to serve distribution load of other customers?
It would not limit the reliability or degrade the reliability of the distribution customers. It would, however, increase the loading on 831, 536, and 537 and 831, 538, and 540 transmission lines. It would further increase loading on those lines, but that is only to the extent all of that load is a firm, non-interruptible load. But in no form does vicinity's interconnection request impact distribution customer reliability in any form.
Are you making that statement cognizant of the possibility of an N-1 contingency?
Right. So an N-1 contingency of the East North Cambridge to Putnam lines today would isolate the entire pocket. So it would impact vicinity as a load customer in this instant, as well as all distribution customers. The fact that we've added more load on those transmission lines doesn't remove or make anything worse for those distribution customers. Consequential load loss of 411 megawatts in the load pocket, or 411 megawatts plus 82 megawatts in the load pocket, or 84, I should correct myself, doesn't impact the 411 megawatts of distribution load in the load pocket.
Okay, I think I'll leave it there for now.
If people do not have an objection, I think it might be a good time to take a mid-morning break. Why don't we come back at 11:30? Off the record? That enough, Alan?
Yes, absolutely. And everybody has real time after the break, you will need to reconnect.
Okay, thank you, Alan.
Andy, could you make me co-host so I can share the break slide? Thanks.
Oh, yes, I will.
Anybody have anything before we go back on the record?
I guess I can just say this off the record, but if you want me to say it on the record, I think a lot of the questions that are being asked are in the rate making sort of cost recovery sort of category that we will have witnesses appearing. These witnesses have testified to the extent of the sort of the technical and infrastructure piece of it as it relates to their needs analysis and so forth. And to the extent there's any confusion, I think it's kind of taking their testimony and then as it relates to your questions, making sure you have a good record on the rate making aspects of it and cost allocation and treatment of revenues and so forth that other witnesses will be prepared to address.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think we were getting into that section a little early, so if you want to make a statement to that effect on the record, it's up to you.
Not to make any like substantive legal point, it's more just to explain that we hear your questions and we'll have folks. Yeah, if it's okay, Donna, why don't I do that?
Sure,
okay,
that's fine. All right,
That's helpful, and you can reword my questions to the extent that I've worded them incorrectly, but that's dealing with that when we get to the cost would be helpful, because we do have some questions.
okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's go back on the record.
Ms. Sharkey, if I could, I just wanted to sort of ease the staff's mind in some regard that the last series of questions dealt with some issues that in part were how the project will serve vicinity from a sort of a technical engineering transmission perspective, but in part dealt with questions regarding rate making and jurisdictional lines between FERC and D.P.U, questions of cost allocation, cost of questions concerning treatment of revenues. We will have subject matter experts that have the capability to address those questions later on during the hearings next week, particularly. And so I wanted to just give the staff some comfort. We're going to respond to your request. We hope we've addressed your questions from the sort of the technical side of engineering, need analysis, scope of the project. But as it relates to the sort of subtleties and niceties of the rate making, it would really be a different panel of witnesses who could address that more completely.
I appreciate that, Mr. Rosenzweig. The other thing I might want to mention in connection with that is we meandered our way in terms of modifying record request EFSB 8. So if when you've had a chance to review the transcript, if we need to clarify anything with regard to the framing of the questions, you can let me know that later as well.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Wong, do you have any further questions for the need panel?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I refer the panel to page 2-12 of the analysis? I'm looking at both table 2-1 and table 2-2, and let me know when you're ready to answer.
I am ready.
Thank you. Just a quick question to start. Does the historical trend shown in column 2 include energy efficiencies in previous years for each year?
I'll defer to Mr. Walker.
Thank you. To confirm, you're looking at table 2.1 and 2.2 on page 212. That is the trend numbers for the years 21 to 2030.
That's correct.
So those are forecasted trend numbers based on the last 10 years historical peaks. Those numbers don't include the energy efficiency forecast. That is a separate column that you can see in column 4 of those tables.
Thank you. So my next question is, how does the company come up with these incremental differences year on year?
To confirm, for the energy efficiency, is specifically what you're asking about.
That's correct.
The energy efficiency numbers in those tables are based at the point of the company making the forecast on the 3-year energy efficiency plan that the company files with the state of Massachusetts. At the time of the filing here, we were 1 year away from making a next one, so, resulting in what we knew was guaranteed based on the funding levels we had that we could achieve in energy efficiency.
Thank you. And does that calculation, sorry, to rephrase, are those energy efficiency savings for each project area specific to those substations in the project area, or is it divided? Is it like a Massachusetts level portioned out by base load for each substation?
Those numbers are based on that 3-year plan, which is a Massachusetts-wide objective, and then it is apportioned to each station by the load of that station.
Thank you.
A station with more load is expected to also have more energy efficiency impacts.
Thank you.
So is expected to have more energy efficiency.
Impacts.
Can I jump in, Mr. Wong? Quick question. So I recall from the company's presentation in the East Boston substation certificate proceeding, when the energy efficiency forecasts were incorporated into the load forecast, the company did a sort of more targeted analysis of the effect of its energy efficiency programs in the load area for that project. Is that your recollection as well, panel?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And I think the board may have even commended the company for that kind of targeted, tailored approach to looking at energy efficiency in a specific geography, or at least I think we did. And assuming that's true, I'm wondering if the company was in a position to do something similar for this project's service area.
That is correct. And the company commissioned such a report that we use to evaluate impacts of demand reduction programs such as energy efficiency and demand response in the project area as part of the non-wires alternative evaluation in section 3.4 of the petition.
So it didn't enter into your, let's call it base forecast, but you're saying it did show up as a non-transmission or non-wires alternatives analysis?
That is correct. The study looked at max achievable energy efficiency, which would be above and beyond the business as usual projection. So it was not included in the forecast, but it was pulled in as part of the non-wires alternative.
So again, comparing this to the presentation in the East Boston certificate proceeding, if I remember correctly, I thought that the tailored, customized energy efficiency forecast for the East Boston load zone actually was part of the sort of add-on to the trend line and electric vehicle projections and other such load adjustments.
I would have to double check that. I'm not 100% sure if that was the case or not.
All right, well, why don't we make that a record request?
Certainly. To confirm, the record request is to verify whether the company used any above and beyond energy efficiency measures in the East Boston EFSB presentation.
Right, and not as part of a non-wires alternative analysis, but as part of the sort of trend line forecast plus adjustments.
Okay.
That would be record request EFSB-9.
And Mr. Walker, do you have any, assuming that perhaps there is a disparity in how the energy efficiency component was treated between these two proceedings, would you have any objection to perhaps applying those tailored energy efficiency forecasts in the sort of, baseline forecast, if you will, of the load for the project area in this case?
No objections at this point. And I do want to point out that as part of the record request EFSB 5 that we received on Monday, you had asked for an updated forecast that was issued in Q1 of this year. You will see a change in that on how energy efficiency is treated, which is likely more in line with what you have seen in the East Boston filing. It's just a question of timing when those forecasts were created and submitted to the citing board. So you will see that change in record request 5.
Okay, well, we look forward to reviewing that. Mr. Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I have a follow-up just along those lines. It sounds like from the company's analysis that for energy efficiency, mostly low-hanging fruit have been taken in terms of energy efficiency measures. Could you, Mr. Walker, or the rest of the panel, speak to beyond low-hanging fruit, what types of energy efficiency, what that would look like if that were to go beyond what's already been contemplated?
I can speak a little bit to that. So the basic low-hanging fruits on the energy efficiency, those are we're looking at lighting options or very old equipment that might have already been replaced. As those replacements go in, we're losing those abilities where for a relatively low amount of money, high impacts can be had. And we're moving towards more expensive options with relatively lower impacts. The extreme case to that is, for example, taking out existing fully functioning heating or cooling equipment that just not has reached its end of life and paying for an upgrade to a more efficient system. That would be the very extreme and very expensive solution where the impacts would be marginal.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to a hypothetical question about electrification. Can the company elaborate on the progress it has made with regard to building electrification, especially in this area?
Please clarify your question.
So I'm generally interested in how electrification has progressed in this area, and specifically with regard to perhaps building related electrification.
The city of Cambridge, as we've discussed on Monday, has just this year passed their new D.P.U ordinance, which targets specifically large commercial and residential entities to fully decarbonize by 2035. We're in very close contact with the city and with owners and developers of those buildings. We have yet to see anybody lay forward a very concrete move in terms of how they plan to retrofit existing buildings. That's being very closely monitored by us. And as soon as we get indications from those building owners, we will update our forecasts accordingly. But to this point, we don't know of any existing buildings, especially the large ones, that would be taking immediate action.
And I just wanted to clarify, I think, Assistant Director Wong, we were having an internal discussion the other day on, can we really start to look at some of these step loads and point to an aspect of those step loads being part of electrification? I think it's difficult to say, had it not been for some of those codes like Mr. Walker just spoke to, would the step load be lower? And so I unfortunately we don't have enough of an analysis of database of this is roughly how many watts per square feet of energy consumption that used to happen before, and now we're starting to see more. And it would take us a few years of consuming some of these step load data to start to figure out there's some discrete electrification projects of, we talked about vicinity at length. And then there are some more nuanced electrification that are part of and organically incorporated within step loads and like EV infrastructure, you can visibly see that's an EV infrastructure. So what I'm getting at is it's difficult to parse through what data we are getting for load growth of how much of that is specifically for electrification, at least at this point. Maybe a few years later, we'll be in a more mature state.
Thank you. I appreciate both of your responses. And it sounds like not only is it hard to figure out that at granularity, it also has not progressed much, it seems, at this point.
I wouldn't characterize it as such. That's why I was referring to in the latest forecast, you'll see similar step loads that we're seeing as we saw, albeit slightly higher as we saw in the petition. It's hard for us to say that how much of that step load addition is in fact electrification of some of the developers having to make choices to follow the latest codes. I assume they will be following the latest building codes which require electrification. So some of that may already be in our step loads is what I'm getting at.
Thank you. Mr. Chatterjee and Mr. Walker, you both alluded to some of the challenges related to building electrification. I wonder if there's more you'd like to add about that.
Nothing from me to add.
Nothing specific to add.
Thank you. Mr. Green, you appear to be unmuted.
Yep, I do have a question. Sorry to maybe disrupt your flow a little bit, but this is regarding energy efficiency forecasting and sort of emerging technologies that could impact the forecast or perhaps non-wires alternatives. And again, I know this may be a little speculative, but I'm interested in knowing if the panel has any familiarity with some of the ultra efficient air conditioning technologies that are undergoing development at this time, some of them actually in the Kendall Square area by companies such as TransEra or Blue Frontier, which are using desiccant-based evaporative cooling technologies to sort of boost the efficiency of commercial air conditioning in the 5-ton range and above, as well as the opportunity to substantially shift the timing of peak loads.
Thank you for that question. The company is keeping a very close eye on what's happening in the energy efficiency market. That's going especially through our energy efficiency teams. But until we know that such technologies have actually entered the market and have proven that they have an impact, those numbers remain speculative, and the company needs to continue planning for the case of the available technology.
So other than just sort of keeping an eye on what's happening with technology development, is the company actively participating in any measures or programs to test out these technologies, or perhaps even help deploy them on a research R&D basis or a trial basis?
That would be a question that I would need to pass off to my colleagues in the energy efficiency team, which I don't think we have on the panel today, as those teams would be, if we are participating in any of these trials and tests, be running those.
Okay, let me make that a record request then, if I may, Ms. Sharkey.
To clarify the record, oh, sorry.
No,
Please
go
go
ahead, Mr. Walker. You were doing very well with the last record request in terms of summarizing your understanding of it. So please proceed.
And just to clarify the record request, Director Green,
Sure.
you're asking for if the company is participating in any field trials, research that is pertinent to any gains in energy efficiency through air conditioning development.
Yes, and particularly desiccant-based air conditioning technology. And again, as examples of that, and I'm not limiting this, Transera in Cambridge and Blue Frontier are two companies that have been talked about in the trade papers who are attempting to commercialize this technology.
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
So that would be record request EFSB-10.
Go ahead, Mr. Wong.
Thank you. I want to clarify on page 2-17, and I'm looking at the bullet points on those pages, and let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Thank you. So for the first two bullet points, basically it's talking about, I believe, N-1 contingencies. Is that correct?
Correct. It is specifically the first bullet is talking about the 411 megawatts of load loss in the load pocket, losing the entirety of East Cambridge 875 station and Putnam 831 stations for loss of the North Cambridge to Putnam supply lines. The second bullet is talking about 242 megawatts. That is specifically talking about the supply lines from Putnam to East Cambridge. Loss of both of those lines would result in complete isolation of the East Cambridge station 875, which has a peak load of 242 megawatts.
Thank you. That answers my question. Okay. Can I refer the company now to 2 pages later at 2-19? So I just wanted a high-level discussion. I'm not that familiar with the time series model described here. Could you compare that to the peak day model that I for forecasting?
Sure. And Mr. Freeman, I think, can help elaborate. But when you have such a large overload of 242 megawatts of loading on a 150 MVA station, and similarly for Putnam, very high loadings, there's a chance you're not only exceeding the firm capacity at peak, but you're doing so over and over and over throughout the 8,760 hours in a year. So for us to really do this justice and for us to really understand the gravity of what we're looking at, we have to look at the loading at each of these stations on an hourly time scale so we can understand just how many hours in the whole year are we exceeding the system capacity. And I believe Mr. Freeman can help elaborate more on specifics of the analysis.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. But it is exactly as you said. If you understand what we do at peak load, Mr. Wong, which is running a load flow, including all of the loads on the system at the customer level, and then running an analysis to figure out how much power flows through the lines, the voltages, the angles, the losses, then you understand the 8760. Because what we do is we do the same analysis, not just the peak, but for every hour of the year, as Mr. Chatterjee said. we basically run 8760 load flow analyses. And that gives us a profile of the system over the entire load and helps us to determine where and when constraints are happening across the profile. You can imagine that this is very useful in systems where you have lots of solar or battery storage, because they're operating at times of the profile, times of the year, times of the day, that are not necessarily driven by peak load, but can create other constraints. In Cambridge, that is not exactly.
I'm sorry, they're not necessarily driven by peak load, but what?
Because they create constraints at times of the year that are not necessarily driven by peak load, but are driven by reverse generation, for example. I just use that as an example of why we embarked on this journey of 8760 load flows. In Cambridge, that is not the case. As Mr. Chattis just said, it helps us to understand the magnitude of the problem with regard to overloads. It's just not at peak, but as the petition shows, for most hours of the year in 2030, the system is operating beyond its thermal limits on the N-1, and even on the N-0, operating for most hours of the year beyond its thermal limits. So that's basically it, Mr. Wong. We're doing sequential load flows for every single hour of the year.
Thank you. That helps. I think I understand more fully that this is to show that it's not just a summer issue. It's more than that. Okay.
Right.
Last question on this before I pass the time on to my other colleagues. Could I refer the company to page 2-21 now? And I'm looking at the two figures on that page. Thank you.
There.
So I think it might be clear from the hours, from the x-axis, but I just wanted to confirm directly that the two areas where the transformer loadings look like they're lower, that those correspond to spring and fall. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And for the second figure, I wanted to just know, is it normal that the 3 transformers in a substation are loaded differently, or is this particular to this particular substation?
That is normal, and if, as Mr. Martinez had explained yesterday, sometimes some of the transformers have dedicated feeders that supply different customers. Some may be commercial customers, some may be a mix of residential and commercial. So, while we try to keep all transformers loaded around the same, that's not the case here. And Mr. Martinez, I think, can help expand on that.
Mr. Martinez, before you get to your response, in this case, are the ratings for the transformers determinant of the loading, or is this just having to do with what types of loads are connected to?
This has to do with the way the station is operated. So in this scenario for East Cambridge, 2 of the transformers are operated together in parallel, and 1 of the transformers is radial. So obviously the 2 operated in parallel will be loaded more equally, and the 1 operated radially will be loaded differently. As I mentioned before, we do try to keep them consistent, all of them. But again, that has to do with the individual customers within each individual transformer.
Thank you.
In this station, they're already the same, actually.
Thank you. I'm all set for now. I think the next question asker would be Mr. Wilmer. Mr. Wilmer, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wong. I wanted to go back to the conversation about energy efficiency a little bit and the city of Cambridge. To what extent does the company have knowledge of the city of Cambridge's own energy efficiency goals? And could you speak on them a little bit?
The company at this point, I can't speak to the goals that the city has. That would be outside of the company-sponsored programs. As mentioned, we do closely track what's happening with BUDO, but the BUDO initiative targets specifically the net zero factor of the buildings. So looking at what type of fuel source and heating source or potential offsets that the buildings can buy. Aside from that, like I said, we keep a very close eye on what's happening and our own energy efficiency programs, but nothing above and beyond that.
Would it be fair to say that the energy efficiency goals of the city of Cambridge are not factored in that case?
They are factored. I just want to be clear. We have account executives in the city of Cambridge, and we're well aware of the goals, and they're factored in our base company forecast.
To elaborate on that, so if we go into the tables 2.1 and 2.4, and we've just discussed this earlier, the trend forecast is based on the last 10-year station peaks. What happens if the city of Cambridge has its own energy efficiency forecasts and efficiency programs? These will drive down those peaks that we record historically. Consequently, any of those programs that are outside of our company's own programs will be captured as they drive down historic peaks and directly impact, as Mr. Chatterjee just said, our trend forecast. They are not listed out as a separate entity here because we don't have direct control over what is happening. But they are captured implicitly as part of the trend as they drive down station peaks.
Does this make it more of a retroactive analysis? In other words, would the energy efficiency goals of the city of Cambridge affect, it would have an effect in the future years, but for that to be taken into the forecast, it would have to pass a certain number of years for them to be historical data that can be incorporated into future projections. Am I understanding that correctly?
We would need to see some impact of those programs on the actual station peaks for them to be considered in the forecast.
And I'll just clarify that energy efficiency, the dollars that have been spent on energy efficiency, the vast majority of those dollars over the past decade have been spent in East Cambridge. So to state that the energy efficiency benefits as represented in the trend forecast have been exhausted mostly would be an understatement. It is significantly past other areas of our system where they may not have had the level of investment in energy efficiency as East Cambridge has seen.
Going to the tables that were referenced earlier, tables 2-1 and 2-2 in the analysis at 212, the 0.8 shown there, would you consider that to be a conservative estimate, considering that you mentioned that energy efficiency is pretty much spent in that area and it's going to be more difficult to drive down demand through energy efficiency?
It is a conservative estimate at the time we created this forecast. And as Mr. Walker was alluding to the back and forth with Director Green, in the latest forecast, you would see that the energy efficiency that is included in the base forecast is closer to an independent analysis that was done to look at the maximum available energy efficiency that could occur in the city of Cambridge. So in the latest forecast, you will see the 10-year forecast of energy efficiency significantly inordinately higher than the 0.8 number. So I just didn't want to anchor on that. Those energy efficiency numbers in both stations are north of 5 megawatts each.
Thank you. What is the company's experience with differentiated rates? In other words, dynamic pricing for residential customers in the Cambridge area?
Could you please clarify your question?
Sure. In more basic terms, does the company have any programs, or has it had any programs which vary the rate of electricity based on demand for residential customers?
I'll let Mr. Walker expand on what programs we may or may not have. I'm not aware of any specific time of use rates specific in East Cambridge. But again, time of use rates may be helpful in reducing demand at peak. But to the extent that was occurring, that would be reflected in our trend forecast.
I'd like to add, as we mentioned earlier, Attorney Rosenzweig, we will have the people from the rates department on at a later time in this hearing. Perhaps this would be another good question that we can target at that panel.
Thank you. I will save that for the rates person. Moving on to electric vehicles. What are the service conditions necessary for homes in Cambridge to be able to support electric vehicles or electric battery pack charging, i.e. Tesla Powerwalls? Generally speaking.
I'm sorry, could you clarify the question? Specifically, what are you looking for in terms of them being ready to do this? Is this in building or from the power system?
Both, from mainly in the building side. What upgrades would a customer need to undergo to be able to provide electric vehicle charging or battery storage?
Let me speak at a high level. Being an EV owner, and Mr. Lucas here is also an EV owner, so I think we can speak to some of the residential needs. We inside the residence, creating a 50 amp circuit at 240 volts is a necessary component to build a level 2 charger. But inside an apartment building, what that looks like is essentially all of the parking lots available for residents to be converted to level 2 charging. Each level 2 charging hovers between 8 kilowatts to 10 kilowatts, in generally speaking, of demand. Now on an aggregate basis, if there are 100 residences, you can see how very quickly the service line that supplies the building may need to be upgraded. And to the extent all buildings in the neighborhood are doing the same, you can very quickly see why the pad mount transformer that is supplying those buildings may also need to change. And you can then see if all the pad mount transformers are being served by a lateral distribution feeder running at 14 kV with a capacity generally of about 10 megawatts. If a house demand goes up from a typical 5 kilowatt demand to a 10 kilowatt demand, and that is happening at every residence in East Cambridge, we would need to reconductor the distribution feeders, essentially pull out the existing feeder and put in a new distribution feeder. And then once you do that for all of the distribution feeders in this area, we talked about 18 distribution feeders, you can see how that would then reflect on the need to replace the switchgear at the station and replace the transformer at the station. Part of that analysis that Mr. Walker's done on just the light duty electric vehicles, we see an increase in East Cambridge residential electric vehicle demand at time of peak in the winter morning to be roughly about 30 megawatts. So that would just be incremental above and beyond the forecast that you see on table 2-1, specifically the 242 megawatts. It would add to that. So we are here speaking to 8025 station at the with a full expandable capacity of 270 megawatts of new firm capacity. Part of that would obviously relieve all of these existing current issues and near-term issues in 2030, and in my sense is near-term, but it also builds adequate headroom to enable 100% of light-duty vehicles to be able to convert to electric. It also enables 100% of all the residences being able to adopt air source heat pumps. And it also enables 50% of commercial customers being able to electrify their heating. That level of demand would be roughly 30 megawatts for light duty electric vehicles and 142 megawatts of winter peaking heat demand on the system at the station level. Our understanding of the delta between the summer peak and winter peak of 242 megawatts, about 85% of 242 megawatts is roughly about 210 megawatts, and the total firm capacity as seen in table 2-14, you will see that there is 132 megawatts of summer peaking load in East Cambridge and 115 loads at megawatts at 875. So if you translate all of that to a winter peaking load and compare that with the aggregate capacity available, we have sufficient headroom to do that. Fully electrify light duty vehicles, 100% residential heating, 50% commercial heating, and then still have some headroom left to be able to convert about 30 megawatts of accommodate additional 30 megawatts of new customer connections down the road. And these were 2050 goals that I was referring to.
Thank you. You touched a little bit on my next question when you mentioned the residential apartment building. How does building typology, i.e. single family, triple decker, affect residential vehicle charging infrastructure, both in their adoption and infrastructure requirements?
I can speak a little bit on the adoption data that we have, depending on what type of building settings we're looking at. The companies,
depending on what type of
building setting we're looking at. The company's recently been doing research looking into adoption propensities, and certain factors play into how quickly certain technologies might be adopted. For electric vehicles specifically, as you've mentioned, building settings does come into play. It's typically easier to adopt an electric vehicle if it's a single family home and you have your own garage and a charging port. In addition to that, other factors, socioeconomic factors, play into that. The key thing, and this has been mentioned before and most recently by Mr. Chatterjee, is that the EV load that we're seeing in Cambridge for the long term is a morning inbound commute. So those are all the inbound commute traffic that we will see in the morning peak. The Cambridge electric charging profile, as we're predicting it today, has a peak in the morning rather than the afternoon. So that key driver is actually not directly tied to how people in Cambridge adopt the technology, but more how all the inbound commuting communities around Cambridge adopt electric vehicles.
I believe Mr. Juan had something to expand on to speak to the specific infrastructure needs.
Mr. Wilmer, if your question is on the technical feasibility or regarding the electrical infrastructure, I don't think we're necessarily in a position to add on the customer side, like behind the customer meter, but in terms of the electrical infrastructure of the company, we know how to handle a growth in demand at the distribution level. So you can see, let's say the area in Metro Boston is a lot more load dense in this area. So what typically will happen is, as the individual residential customer increase their demand, then we will probably have to increase or upgrade the distribution system, either bigger transformers, bigger cables, like Mr. Chatterjee mentioned, all the way up to the point of service to the customer. But from there on, from the service point on, depending on the building, there might be challenges on how do they get the internal to the building, the bigger cable, especially in all the infrastructure. But again, we're not in the position of talking on individual customer inside their meter or after their meter panel. But from the utility end, we definitely can upgrade the system to a point where in the point of connection, we are able to handle the growth in electric vehicles.
Thank you. It seems that the demand from electric vehicles is mostly caused by inbound commuting. I think one of the trends, I'm not sure if the company will agree with this, but it seems that one of the trends or one of the goals is to reduce the number of single occupancy vehicle commuters into the city. We're seeing a reduction in parking spaces available for people coming into the city, including the demolition of the Blue Garage for ongoing developments in the Kendall area. I'm wondering if the company has considered ways in which it can incentivize a change in demand by these EV vehicles. And as Mr. Walker mentioned, the usage of charging between residents of the area versus incoming commuters seems to be quite different. And perhaps the charging times can be influenced somehow where those that have vehicles at home can be used almost in a demand response manner to offset those peak times. Could you speak to the company's analysis of customers with electric vehicles actually being a reduction on demand, if the company has considered that?
There's a lot to unpack there, Mr. Wilmer, but I'll just start and preface with, we are in the business of customer service. And if customer needs demand, just as Mr. Lucas and I spoke to Vicinity, we will provide that demand. The last thing we want to do is inhibit through infrastructure electrification that is organically happening, or somehow influence reductions in traffic. That is not what we are in the business to do. We are providing reliable electric service, front and center. That's what our focus is. Having said that, in the ESMP, we have done significant analysis that Mr. Walker can speak to on the trade-offs between commuter traffic inside Metro Boston versus those same vehicles being incentivized to charge in their residences. We are now seeing in the ESMP that Metro West electric vehicle demand is substantially higher as a result of that. And that is not what the systems have been designed the way they've been designed. They've been designed to not have enough demand in Metro West. In fact, specifically speaking, after we are done with our 2035 plans, we still project in the ESMP requiring 11 new substations in Metro West and 11 new substations in southeastern Massachusetts. What is common element in those is that they're generally sparsely populated. And we also saw a need for, we saw a benefit for being able to shift some of that Metro West demand onto, in fact, counterintuitive, into Metro Boston by incentivizing workplace charging, because we are going to be building the infrastructure that we need with or without electrification in the Metro Boston area. Being able to utilize the infrastructure more efficiently is what our focus has been. But separate from that, we do see a benefit for time of use charging of electric vehicle and being able to control that electric vehicle demand showing up later than 9 p.m. And that was also factored in our ESMP analysis. So we've done quite a bit of analysis of managed charging, time of use.
I'm sorry. We've done quite a bit of charging.
And that analysis on managed charging, on time of use charging, and incentivizing charging behavior in the opposite direction in Metro Boston to be able to more effectively maximize the utilization of the new infrastructure that frankly all customers are paying for.
Thank you. Please refer to information request EFSB N-16. And please let me know when you have that.
I'm there.
Okay. The company states that projected EV load, which was allocated to the stations using a statewide forecasted total, which was then broken down proportionally by bulk station relative to that station's base load. How is the EV statewide total attributed to specific substations? I think you touched a little bit on this, but if you could please expand on that.
Of course. The company creates the statewide, as part of the forecast submitted here, statewide projection on number of vehicles that we are expecting based on state policy goals and other driving factors. That total number of vehicles is then converted into a charging load that we expect at time of peak for the system. That means that there's a certain coincidence applied. Not all vehicles charge at the same time. We typically see a much lower utilization. And we get a total megawatt load for the entire system at time of peak. That is then allocated by station capacity to each of those regions. So stations, larger stations, will end up with more EV charging, smaller with less. With the premise being smaller stations serve less customers, such less EV. Since this numbers were published, the companies, of course, made improvements. We continuously do improve our forecasts, and we've provided, I do have to check the number on the record request, example of our mobility data that we're looking at now, that then more clearly allows us to delineate where we actually expect this load. The case in point being, some stations have EV load in the evening or afternoon. Those would be more residential areas. Other stations see EV load more in the morning. Those would be more tentatively commercial areas or inbound commute areas. So we've since then improved that capability.
Do you have a clear before and after number since making those adjustments to your methodology?
We do, and that will be a part of the record request EFSB 05. You will see the updates as part of the published forecasts in Q1 of 2023. But I can quickly speak to it now as well, especially in the 875 station, due to the fact that we now understand it's a very early morning input on the vehicles. We have seen a slight reduction on the summer evening peak that we're currently listing out in tables 2.1 and 2.2. So those numbers have, both the 2030 numbers have slightly gone down because the bulk of the peak is early in the morning.
Thank you. Please refer to information request EFSB N-7 and let me know when you have that.
I am there.
On the second page in figure 1, what is the data source for the number of light-duty EVs arriving in Cambridge?
The company utilizes a service from a company called Streetlight Data. Streetlight Data is a data analytics company that provides mobility data to a variety of state entities, departments of transportation, both federal, state level, as well as fast utilities to take a look at where and when vehicle trips terminate. The underlying source of this data is for the light duty vehicles, GPS tracking data from mobile devices.
I'm sorry, could you start that
Go
sentence?
ahead.
The underlying
data for the light duty vehicles is mobility tracking data from mobile phone devices. For the medium duty and heavy duty vehicles, that is typically vehicle tracking data, direct vehicle tracking data, as those vehicles have GPS.
So you're stating that the data comes from mobile devices. How does Streetlight know if the mobile device is connected to an EV vehicle versus internal combustion vehicle?
I cannot directly comment on the methodologies Streetlight Data uses to do their data analysis. But what I can say specifically to figure 1 is that figure 1 is number of vehicles terminating. It is not specific to electric vehicles. So what we would do on our end at this point is make an assumption based on our forecast. If 50% of those vehicles are electric, we know that 2,500 would be terminating in the early mornings.
I should just clarify, Mr. Wilmer, the title of that chart says number of EVs arriving in Cambridge. It should be corrected to number of vehicles arriving in Cambridge.
Thank you. And my final question is, does figure 1 differentiate between cars that have arrived in Cambridge from elsewhere and those that are traveling locally within the city?
Figure 1 as part of EFSB N7 does not distinguish between the point of origin of the vehicles. That is a different data set that we do have that gives us information on distance driven. We do track average distances driven, or the percentiles, to understand how long vehicles would need to charge once they terminate their trip. The longer the distance driven, the longer the charge. So that data is tracked, but this graph here specifically does not distinguish.
And just to clarify from the chart, the vehicles that have longer termination throughout the course of the day would be an indication of those vehicles that may reside in East Cambridge, or if there is a spike in termination trips happening later in the day, that could give an indication that those are residents in East Cambridge that are returning to East Cambridge. So we can deduce that, but for purposes of what we are doing, we don't need to necessarily focus on that. We simply convert this to a hourly electric vehicle charging demand and then look at the coincidence of vehicles charging at the same time.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilmer. I believe Ms. Devakar has 2 questions on reliability.
Am I audible?
You are, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baum. I have some clarifying questions. This is with regard to the new substation that's been proposed at 290 Binney. Now this question refers to 4-7 of the analysis and an exhibit EFSB PA-14. Now herein, the company identifies factors that led the company to assess 290 Binney Street, the site at 290 Binney Street, as being more viable than 135 Fulkerson. Now, I understand that these factors included community opposition, the shadow area that the above ground structure would cast on neighboring properties, and the visual impacts of the conceptualized structure on 135 Fulkerson. The question is, are there any other factors that led the company to believe that, 290 Binney Street would be more viable an option. It would really help me if you could talk to the financial viability as well.
Ms. Devakar, I just wanted to clarify, the planning team here is, we are expert witnesses in sections 2 and section 3. To the extent you have some questions on the viability assessment of different properties, I believe that would be within the scope of a later day testimony.
If it helps you, Ms. Devakar, the respondents to that information request are indicated. I think it's Mr. Newhall, Mr. Howard. They will be appearing later. If you like, we could maybe make one or more of them available now if it contributes to the flow of examination.
It's okay, as long as we have the answers, it's okay, yeah. So let me move on to the next question. So this is with reference to EFSB G1, G-1. The company states that, I quote, the interconnection of the various components of the project will be completed and placed into service in a sequential manner. Can you elaborate on what was meant by sequential manner? What did you try to convey?
I believe this is referring to the energization sequence of different transmission lines. Also, Ms. Devakar, it's in person responsible is the project management team here. I'm not sure which day they are in the hearing schedule. They are slated to be testifying, Mr. Rosenzweig.
Right.
Do we have an idea of when they would be in?
Well, Mr. Eck is present.
But I don't believe he's been, has he been sworn?
I was sworn in on the Monday session.
Oh, thank you. I apologize.
No problem. I'll just confirm what Mr. Chatterjee explained is the intent of the sequential work is associated with the transmission line cutovers into the new station.
So, Mr. Eck, in terms of the transmission line cutovers, would that all be done after the entire project were to be constructed, or is the intent for that response to mean that as the project is being built out over the years, there would be cutovers, not all in short order?
The general sequence is that once a portion of the new substation equipment is ready to receive power flow, we'll have an initial energization through a connection of a pair of the transmission lines, and then there'll be a sequential connection of the other 6 transmission lines to fully complete the project.
Okay, so as the project is being constructed over a number of years, the project would, while it's being constructed, sequentially, progressively, it would supply more and more as it's being constructed. Is that correct?
I can speak to the construction sequence, but not to the power flow.
Maybe we can tag team with Mr. Eck speaking to the specific transmission lines that will be energized earlier than any other transmission lines, and maybe between Mr. Lucas and myself, we can speak to whether the power flows would start to alter given that energization sequence. Does that help, Assistant Director Wong?
Yes, I think that you've nailed what I'm asking.
So again, we're still working through the details of the interconnection sequence, but initial lines to be connected would be the East Cambridge to Putnam circuits. And then that would be followed by connection to the Somerville to Brighton circuits. And lastly, the connection to our East Cambridge station, 875.
So Mr. Eck, I just want to confirm, you're referring to 831-538 from Putnam, as well as 875-538 to East Cambridge being energized first?
Correct.
And so Assistant Director Wong, that energization essentially takes the 831-538 line and loops that into and out of 8025. That will do, as we've discussed, nothing to change the power flows, because all it does is it will just add the 8025 station into the picture. The flows from North Cambridge into Putnam will remain unchanged. Flows from North Cambridge to Putnam to East Cambridge will remain unchanged. All we've done is inserted, if you look at figure 3-2 on page 3-6, I think it would help to visualize it better. I think what Mr. Eck spoke to is that those 831-538 and 875-538 lines would connect into the 8025 station with no other transmission lines connected into it. So that would not change anything in the flows. However, the next energization sequence that Mr. Eck spoke to was energizing the 329, 510, and 511 lines, connecting Brighton to 8025. At that point, we will have started seeing Brighton supplying transmission flows into 8025, which will then immediately substantially offload the flows on 831, 536, and 537 from North Cambridge to Putnam. Does that help, Assistant Director Wong?
Yes, and just so I can confirm, in order for any, Mr. Vakar, could you mute yourself? Thank you. Just for any of these lines to be energized, is it necessary? I assume it's necessary for the substation to be completely constructed already.
A portion, the civil work, yes. There'll be components electrically that we don't necessarily need to have all the electric equipment commissioned. We'll have sufficient electric equipment commissioned to support the initial interconnect of that first transmission line loop.
Okay.
Just 1 second, please, Wayne, just a minute.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. And Mr. Eck, it's probably on the record, but I just want to confirm right now, the construction of the substation would be concurrent with the construction of the transmission lines. Is that correct? Not sequential.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Vakar, do you have anything else to ask about this particular subject?
No, thank you.
Thank you. So we're getting close to break. I have a couple just quick clarifications, if I could, Ms. Sharkey, is that okay?
Please proceed.
Probably we'll have to just do the project approach questions after the break. Okay.
Thank you.
So if I could point the company back to section 2 at page 2-9. Just give me some time to get there as well. and let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the bullet points at the bottom of the page with regard to distribution bulk station planning criteria. I might be simplifying this, but the bullet point 1 and bullet point 3 look to me to be similar. Could you help me understand how they are different?
So, Mr. Wong, just to be clear, you're talking about footnote 14 and footnote 16?
Yes,
Oh.
and more broadly, the bullet points that they hang off of.
Aha, okay. So each distribution bus has at least 2 means of supply, primary and secondary.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you, Mr. Freeman. So each
Oh,
distribution bus.
Has at least 2 means of supply, primary and secondary. That's the first bullet Mr. Wong is referring to. And that refers to each distribution bus that is served by a transformer must have independent transmission lines serving those transformers and independent transformers serving those buses. That's simply what that means, right? And Mr. Martinez would add some clarifications or elaborations afterwards, and that is intended to reinforce the concept of each substation being self-sufficient. That if there is a failure of one transformer that takes out the bus, that bus can be transferred to another. The third bullet, the number of bulk distribution buses with no power source because of a single contingency is minimized. And that again goes to the design of the station such that it implies both of these basically imply the other. You design the station so that if any source fails, that bus can be picked up. And so therefore, the lack of power to that bus is minimized and no customers are lost. Mr. Martinez, would you agree? And that source includes the transmission line serving the bulk distribution transformers.
Mr. Martinez, if I may, before you jump in, and thank you, Mr. Freeman. That is my question. It looks to me like they imply towards each other. So is there? I just wanted to understand if there's any meaningful differentiation I should be looking at.
I'll just I think Mr. Martinez can also help elaborate, but I think one is talking about the transmission contingency and the other is talking about the ABR schemes or automatic bus restoral schemes. But I think Mr. Martinez can help add some more color.
Yeah, that's correct. So the first bullet is actually stating what I mentioned before, which in a substation, we try to supply a bus that's actually supplying customers from 2 sources. One source is a transformer and the other one is a connection to, let's say, another bus, which is connected to another transformer. And the reason we do this is because we supply large customers, typically more than one input, and then they get supply from different buses. So we don't want to lose 2 buses at the same time. So that's the first bullet. And because we do that design, the third bullet is saying, well, we don't want to do something on the transmission side that will result in the loss of 2 transformers, because that will result in the loss of a bus section, which will result of 2 bus sections, which will result in the loss of customers. That's basically what it's implying. The first bullet is at the distribution side, how we design, the reason why we design that way. And the third bullet is you don't want the transmission to actually result in 2 transformers out.
More directly, if you have a single transmission tap into 2 transformers and you've got a nice auto bus restoral scheme set up on the distribution side, it doesn't matter. The distribution expanded reliability doesn't matter, because for a single transmission fault, you'll lose both transformers. So we have to protect against both the transmission design and the distribution design.
Thank you. I really appreciate the clarification. Moving on, at page 2-18, I'm looking at the table on that page. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that the row additional East Cambridge load, does that refer to step loads?
Correct. I think for all intents and purposes, I think you should just maybe a more applicable row to look at here is the third row. And that's the consistent 242 megawatts that you see in 2030 relative to 150 MBU of firm capacity. That when you subtract 242 from 150, that's the 92 MVA of load at risk that we'll refer to in our NWA analysis as well. And Mr. Martinez may.
Yes, that second row is actually the step loads. If you refer back to table 2-1, it's just the rounded number of the step loads in table 2-1. It's just rounded. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. And thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. The next page, I just wanted to clarify, the company explains about the deviation between MVA-related violations of customer low level and the deviation between that and the resulting power flows at the substation level. I just want to confirm if the deviation as explained by the company is just because of electric losses. Thank you.
That is correct. It's the increase of needs for VARs and electric losses in the system.
Thank you. And further on the next page, 220, in the table 2-9, the company provides the substation power factor. And I'm pretty sure this is, I understand this correctly, but just to confirm, that is what converts an MVA value to megawatt value. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, or vice versa. Yes.
Thank you. And could you explain the MVA deficit over normal limit substation level column? Is that just the peak demand in the previous column minus 47 MVA?
Can you repeat the question again, Mr. Wong?
So the so there is a column, MVA deficit over normal limit substation level, and it shows minus 61, minus 33. And I can guess what that represents, but I just want a confirmation that it is just the deficit of MVA of during peak demand at the substation level over the nameplate, over the normal thermal limit of the substation of 47 MVA.
So the third, if I look at table 2-9,
yeah,
and we look at the fourth column, which is called MVA deficit over normal limit, it should be the deficit above the 75% of the transformer nameplate, basically, which is the normal limit that we specify in page. Second. In page 2-18.
So I guess is it just more useful to look at the total value instead of per transformer.
Well, we're trying to arrange it by transformer to show that the substation itself it's a configuration of multiple transformers. But maybe I'll just clarify the value, Mr. Wong. So if we take 75% of the 62.5, that gives you about 46 MVA. And if you subtracted 46 from the 108, that gets you to the 61 MVA that's shown in the fourth column. Does that clarify the question?
Yep, I think I was just looking for that. Like I said, I could make the mathematical link, but I wanted you to say that. Thank you. Moving on. So at page 2-5 of the analysis, and I'll give you some time to get there, but really, I'm just looking for further detail on a statement that the company had, which is that in a high load density area, a higher degree of reliability is ensured. I just wanted to clarify if that meant that you ensure reliability because there's a high load density, or somehow the characteristics of a high load density area causes there to be a higher degree of reliability.
The way the system is designed, especially in high load areas, these underground areas, as we discussed before, it's basically the entire system down from the distribution to the substation to the transmission is designed in such a way that it supplies this high load within that small footprint. And what that sentence is implying is what we said before, is in a high load density area, we try to design the distribution and the substation so that the loss of a transformer results in basically no customer outage. But it's a function of basically how the system grows. In a high low density area, you have more customer supply, let's say by customer station supply by multiple feeders. And those feeders are supplied by different sections of the station. And then we have that ABR scheme that automatically closes in if we have if we have a problem at the station. And just that's the way that this type of areas are supplied, because they are more sensitive. Basically, there's a lot more customers within the smaller footprint. Compare that to basically more of a rural area, overhead area, where you might have a station in one side, a station on the other. And then we can use basically transfer between stations. But in this scenario, in high low density areas, we do that reliability at the substation. That's what that's implying.
Okay, so at a high density area, you would have more substation level automatic transfers between transformers because it's more complicated.
It's also the nature of the system. It's an underground system, right? You don't have as many switching devices. The switching devices are actually maybe at customer locations or at other customer substations, at our own, let's say 4 kV stations. So it's just the nature of the system being underground, being more dense. It's different than, let's say, an overhead system.
Okay, I have 2 more questions. This morning we talked about the DAL, the drastic action limit, and I just wanted to get on the record what that means, and also what that means in terms of emergency ratings and LTEs, like what the physical implication is of that, like how would operating over those 3 different levels destroy, or not destroy, or rather compromise the equipment? If you could briefly explain that for the record.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Wong. Most simply, it comes down to the cable insulation. But this is due to the fact that the current through the cable exceeds what it was designed.
The fact that it comes down to the fact that
the current through the cables, when they're operating at a level as high as a DAL rating exceeds what the insulation of that cable was designed for, the insulation starts breaking down. Does that help?
Yep, thank you. Finally, the company at pages 2-11 to 2-20 talk about distributed generation. And let me know when you're ready, but generally I just wanted a clear description of what it means to not reconstitute loads for distribution generation larger than 5 megawatts. In other words, does that just mean that you don't consider these loads to be demand reducing?
Yes. So I can take that, and then Mr. Walker can add some color. So to reconstitute the load simply means that we're grossing up the load with the intention that we are planning for the loss of that load. We are ensuring that there's sufficient capacity if that load is lost. If we're not reconstituting the load, it simply means that we are not contemplating on using that load as a firm offset for using. Sorry, we're talking about reconstituting generation. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
I'm sorry. The question was about reconstituting generation. I'm sorry. So if there's generation that's serving a load, and we know that generation is not firm, there's a possibility that when the generation is lost, customers will be compromised. We build sufficient capacity so that the system can provide for those customers if that generation is lost.
And just to add to that, what that helps us do is when Mr. Walker was talking about tables 2-1 and 2-2, by grossing up the load and then breaking down what the specific contribution of DG is, we can provide more visibility on exactly what is contributing from going the walk from gross to net load.
Okay. I'll have to sit with that for a little bit, but I won't have a question on that right now. But I guess the last question is just for me to visualize this for myself. Could you speculate as to not speculate? Could you give some examples of why a distributed generation might not be available and during a contingency?
So I'll speak to it at a high level, and maybe Mr. Walker can elaborate on that. So let's just assume that for a second that you have a 100 megawatt load pocket, and you have 2 DGs, each with a nameplate of 5 megawatts each. So with the nameplate capacity being 10 megawatts, and let's assume in this instance that both of them are solar. So if we just did 100 megawatts minus 5 minus 5, and we said 90 megawatts, that doesn't comport with our time domain engineering principles. So what Mr. Walker can explain this at much more length, but what we do is we take a look at what was that 5 megawatt doing at time of peak last year, the year before, and so on and so forth, accounting for availability. Was it offline? Was it there? Was accounting for cloud cover? What was the specific amount of cloud cover? So all of that historic data that we collect now at a very, very geographic granularity, accounting for solar irradiance, accounting for historic availability at time of peak, and then looking at as the peak is shifting through our forecast period, what is that contribution at peak? So it may turn out that one of those 5 megawatt generators was not even there historically at time of peak, and the other 5 megawatt was available and at 6 p.m. Was contributing 1.5 megawatts and has been with a high degree of reliability, being able to dispatch 1.5 megawatts for the past 3 years or so. I'm just oversimplifying it. And so in that instance, we will account for, out of those 10 megawatts, reliably 1.5 megawatts as a decrement to the 100 megawatt load. Does that help? And if you have any more questions in more detail, Mr. Walker can expand on it.
I don't think so. I just wanted to clarify that, and I know it might be just a function of you having to use solar as an example, but could I, at a high level, just say, from my understanding, would that mean, you know, a reason for distributed generation not to be available at a certain point could come down to intermittency of renewable energy or, you know, similar factors?
It's a combination of what I said and Mr. Freeman said, or trying to complement each other. It's a combination of historic availability of generation, and it's also our obligation to serve load, and on a firm basis. So having DG in a load pocket is helpful. But in no way or form does that help relieve us of our obligation to serve that load pocket, is what Mr. Freeman was referring to. And what I'm referring to is the intermittency of renewables, as you referred to it, being able to reliably count on a certain amount of DG, accounting for its intermittency as well. So it's a combination of both.
Thank you. Ms. Sharkey can take us out.
I'm not going to ask them to ask these questions now, but I want to ask whether any of the other council who are online have any follow-up questions to what we've addressed so far today.
Nothing for MIT, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dutore.
Nothing for Cambridge, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. In that case, we will break for lunch. Why don't we come back at 2:15 and we will start with project approach. Is that correct, Mr. Wong? Thank you. Off the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go back on the record, I just wanted to check in with Meredith, because it looked like she had her virtual hand up before.
Thank you, Donna. I just wanted to make sure you could hear me and oops, I'm a little bit high. See me, I had to switch my laptop to get my sound working. But it looks like it's working.
It looks like it's working. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Donna, just a heads up, as we go to project approach, we have 2 witnesses to be sworn and brief direct, Mike Howard and Chris Newhall. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I knew you had mentioned Mike before, but I'd be happy to swear Chris in again as well.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Before we took our break for lunch, we noted that we were going to move now to the project approach topic for today's hearing. But I believe before we do that, that the company has 2 witnesses that they'd like to add to the panel to address project approach questions. And are they both? Yes, they are both visible on camera and are no longer on mute. Gentlemen, could you raise your hand so it's visible in the screen? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding? Unfortunately, I couldn't hear either one of you on that. Can you just repeat?
I do.
Thank you.
Still can't hear Mr. Howard.
So does the company have some direct for these two witnesses before we begin with the bench's questioning on project approach?
We do. I think we'll start with Mr. Newhall, as Mr. Howard's audio may not be working currently. Much to his chagrin. So why don't we start with Mr. Newhall and cross our fingers that it will resolve itself.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Newhall.
Unfortunately, I can't hear Mr. Newhall right now.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
I can, thank you.
Mr. Newhall, please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Chris Newhall. I work for Eversource Energy. The address is 247 Station Drive in Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
What is your position with Eversource?
I am a senior environmental specialist.
What has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
My role has been to support the Greater Cambridge Energy Program by providing environmental assessment of various aspects of the proposed project. I'm also in charge with acquisition of the necessary environmental permits and approvals required to construct and operate the project.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
I'll be testifying to environmental impact related topics such as subsurface contamination, wetlands, waterways, tidelands, cultural resources, and environmental best management practices proposed to avoid and minimize and mitigate any environmental impacts associated with construction and operation of the project.
Thank you, Mr. Newhall. Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Newhall. Mr. Howard?
We just have a moment, Ms. Sharkey. I think
Yeah,
Mr. Howard is going to go to some kind of plan B here on his audio.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Bingo.
I switched to a wired headset for this very reason, because all the Bluetooth issues and it failed me. I apologize for the delay, Ms. Sharkey.
No problem.
Good afternoon, Mr. Howard.
Good
Could you
afternoon,
please state
Mr.
your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Mike Howard. I work for Epsilon Associates, Inc. Our address is 3 Millen Main Place, Suite 250, Maynard, Mass. 01754.
And what has been your role on behalf of Eversource Energy?
My primary role has been to assist and support Eversource with the transmission line route selection, data collection processes, related environmental impact analyses, and environmental permitting efforts.
And on what topics are you prepared, on what topics of the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
I am prepared to testify in the route selection, route comparison, and environmental impact sections of the petition.
Were the responses to information requested bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record at this time?
I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Thank you.
Ms. Sharkey, Mr. Newhall and Mr. Howard are available to join the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Kaler. Mr. Wong, would you like to begin with questions from the bench on project approach?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon again. I'm going to start off with the question on, could the company explain how it estimated the costs of transmission and distribution lines for its wires alternatives?
I'll respond to that. Sorry. So the alternatives, again, the alternatives were reviewed from an estimating standpoint at an order of magnitude cost estimating process, whereby engineering provides input in terms of general lengths and details of scope, at which time past experience and known pricing from recent experience would dictate the order of magnitude units used in developing the cost estimates.
So to go a little more granular on that, did the company take the distance and multiply it by sort of a unit estimated cost?
For the line components of these alternatives, order of magnitude estimates, primarily, yes. There was some feedback. There are components such as cable pricing, which we do have more detailed estimates, again, based on past project experience, but in generalities, it was approached in that fashion.
Could you expand on what you said just now? So do you take that unit cost and then adjust it in terms of your experience with cable pricing?
Yeah, and when estimating projects, when you're looking at underground lines, they fall into generally two buckets. You have the civil component, you have the electrical component. The civil, that's essentially your excavations, your installation of the duct bank and manhole facilities, and the electrical being the installation of the cable. You can come up with general unit pricing that contains both. We try to, if we have information on hand to improve our estimating, we'll incorporate it. But in general terms, it's basically on a unit basis when you're talking about project alternatives.
Thank you. So, Mr. Eck, I'm now going to be looking at page 3-13 of the analysis. And I'm going to get there too, but basically I believe that page shows a table comparing the cost of alternative 1 and alternative 2 of the wires analysis. And let me know when you're ready to talk about that table.
I'm there.
Thank you. So we had earlier in written questions asked how that distribution substation and transmission substation cost was divided for the project, transmission alternative 1. I just wanted to know how those two costs are divided for transmission alternative 2, which has two separate substation components.
In generally the same way. You have transmission and substation components within the station, and based on their elements, They're put into the two buckets in a similar fashion that was described previously for the alternative one. And for the lines, the general approach is on the distribution side to bring the feeders out into the street, and that'll be the bulk of the costs associated with the distribution lines, as the costs beyond that become implemented into a network of planning that can't be estimated at that time.
Thank you. So if I'm understanding right, every single bucket here every single one of the substation buckets here could be referring would be referring to a total for both the Prospect and Linwood substation upgrades. Is that correct?
I guess I'll ask if Mr. Zico or maybe one of the engineers involved in the scope could confirm, but I believe that's correct.
Mr. Wong, could you please repeat the question?
Okay, Mr. Zico, I'm basically asking, I just wanted to know what these buckets for substation costs entail. So what Mr. Eck had explained to me was that it is as described previously to us, just the distribution and transmission components of the substations divided in that way. So my question was, so for example, for distribution substation costs, does that include relevant costs for both the proposed Linwood and Prospect Street upgrades, or is there another way that's divided?
No, that includes the two.
Thank you. Okay. I think that this might be implied, but I just want for the record a direct explanation as to why distance of distance for a solution from the project load pocket is a determining factor for selecting a wires alternative. Thank you.
So if I could, Assistant Director Wong, it is a multitude of different factors, distance being one of them, but the transmission alternative that entails the alternative 2 that entails the Prospect and Linwood Ave is significantly subpar electrically to transmission alternative 1, and I can speak to the electrical significant disadvantages of alternative 2. But if your question is around the length of the distribution feeders, happy to have distribution engineering take that.
Could I get both explanations? Thank you.
Sure. So I can start with the need. So right off the bat, the transmission alternative 2, because of solving for the N-1-1 consequential loss of load situation that we have from North Cambridge to Putnam to East Cambridge, alternative 2 requires a new cable from North Cambridge to Putnam to East Cambridge. Now, running that transmission analysis, if you for the new N-1-1 contingency in this hypothetical future, if you lose the new North Cambridge to Putnam transmission line and any one of the 2 existing North Cambridge to Putnam lines, the remaining North Cambridge to Putnam line will now serve the entire load pocket. And we've established that to be 411 megawatts. That remaining cable from North Cambridge to Putnam cannot carry more than 290 MVA of megawatts 290 megawatts of power, not MVA, 290 megawatts of power. So as you recall, the firm capacity of East Cambridge Station 875 is 150, and the firm capacity of Putnam Station is 211. Added up, the firm capacity of those two stations is 361 megawatts. So now the transmission line is going to limit the existing distribution stations that collectively can serve 361 megawatts of load down to 260 megawatts of load, because under N-1-1 for the transmission contingency, we cannot have more than 260 megawatts of load. So what that means is if you proportion it in the same ratio, East Cambridge Station will have to be derated from 150 megawatts to 120 megawatts. Putnam Station will have to be derated from 211 megawatts to 170 megawatts, such that now the total firm of Putnam and East Cambridge is 290 megawatts. So now the transmission limitation is now going to limit the distribution station's firm capacity to 290 megawatts. Because both the new stations have now been derated, to maintain the loadings on Putnam and East Cambridge, which were previously rated at 211 and 150 respectively, and now are rated 170 and 120 respectively, to maintain loadings within 90% of their individual firm capacity, we would have to move about 107 megawatts of load out of East Cambridge and Putnam onto Prospect and Linwood Ave. So right there, we have now made the situation of the aggregate load serving capability much worse. So to summarize alternative one, the total firm capacity of the stations is 211 plus 150 plus 270 megawatts of the 8025 station. That collectively, with the addition of Putnam, 170, with the addition of 211 plus 150 plus 270, gives you 631 megawatts of total firm capability in this load pocket. Under alternative two, we would have 120 at East Cambridge, now derated, 170 at Putnam, derated, 150 at New Prospect Street, and 90 megawatts at Linwood, which gives a total firm capability of 530 megawatts. So it is now 100 megawatts subpar in its total load carrying capability than alternative one, the selected alternative. In addition, because now we're relying on Mystic to support the new Linwood Ave station that is between Mystic and Somerville, the Mystic cables that are currently pipe type cables that supply Somerville and are adequate to supply Somerville load. Because we've now injected additional load on those cables will now need to be upgraded to XLPE as well. So to summarize, alternative two is about 100 megawatts lower in its total load carrying capability and requires a new transmission line from North Cambridge all the way up to East Cambridge, and requires an incremental upgrade of the existing pipe type cables from Mystic to Somerville. Does that help?
Yes, it helps. It sounds like distance isn't just the issue with this.
Most certainly not. Most certainly not. It is one of the last issues.
Okay. Just based off of that, to take a step back, I'm curious as to how the company comes up with these alternatives to compare. If you could walk me through those steps, please.
Sure. So from a wires alternative standpoint, as I described on day one of the hearing, this area is begging for a new transmission supply. Brighton to Mystic cables run through the my apologies. Brighton to Somerville cables, Brighton to Somerville to Mystic cables run through City of Cambridge. So the first decision that the company has to make, very simply, is just being able to take advantage of that cable that's running through the City of Cambridge going to Mystic, and being able to utilize that cable to supply load in this area to eliminate that load pocket situation that we have. So we would have, whatever the solution looks like ultimately needs to involve the Brighton to Mystic cables. So that's kind of the first step. And we look at significant number of wires alternatives, because when we designed the station, we have 8 transmission lines coming into and out of it. So we tested any and all combinations of how we come up with the design as it is. So even though from a wires alternative in the petition, it looks like there are only 2 alternatives, alternative 1 and alternative 2. Within alternative 1, there are a significant number of permutations and combinations that we test. And Mr. Lucas can walk through how arduous that exercise is of coming up with the transmission design as we have it.
I'd be happy to walk through that a little bit. With Station 8025 having a proposed firm capacity of 180 MVA expandable to 270 MVA, we knew there needed to be a strong transmission source. And with the 329, 510, 511 lines that currently go from Brighton to Somerville to Mystic, running nearby the proposed location for Station 8025, that's where we started. Those cables are approximately 60 years old. They're 1250 copper conductor. Their LTE rating is inadequate for the new Station 8025, and so those circuits will have to be reconductored. They'll actually have to be reconductored to 2 conductors per phase to be able to support the loading at Station 8025. But importantly, those lines also provide a backup to the existing Somerville station. Somerville is in normal operation, is normally fed from Mystic. The 329, 510, 511 lines have a normally open.
Sorry, the 329 what?
The 329, 510, and 511 lines have normally open circuit switchers near the Somerville station, such that Somerville is normally fed radially out of Mystic. And so it was important to provide, to restore that backup supply to the existing Somerville station. And so the lines from Station 8025 were also looped into the Somerville station. Now we have 4 lines coming in to the new Station 8025. And it still, though, is not enough to have, because the lines out of Brighton would have been the only 2 lines normally serving the existing Station 8025, we would have introduced a new N-1-1, a consequential loss of load problem for the new Station 8025. So a third source needed to be brought in, and it also provided the opportunity to address the existing N-1-1 consequential load loss issue that we have with the Putnam and East Cambridge load pockets. And so the 831, 538 line that's currently between Putnam and East Cambridge was looped into Station 8025 next. And then lastly, but that still doesn't address the N-1 loss of load, consequential loss of load problem for the East Cambridge load pocket, because still East Cambridge would only have two source lines coming into it. And so that's when the last line, 875, 539, the existing line between East Cambridge and Kendall, was looped into the existing station, into the proposed station 8025. But importantly, I want to say that then there's an advantage with pulling in that line 875, 539 into station 8025, because we have space constraints at East Cambridge right now, and that by pulling in that existing line into station 8025, it would not necessitate building new cable termination, additional cable terminations, for example. So that was advantageous. But now that we had the kind of the 8 transmission lines looping into station 8025, connecting into station 8025, we then went in reverse and we took out each one individually just to triple check that this was the absolute minimum set. And so 329, 510, and 511 is a perfect example of this. And so when we took out one of those lines from interconnecting to station 8025, numerous overloads occurred. And I say that as one example of how we then systematically took each individual cable out to make sure that this was the minimum set that was necessary. But to Mr. Chatterjee's point, alternative 1, as it's proposed in the filing, looks like one alternative, but we went through many iterations of what that system topology from a transmission perspective would look like.
If I can interrupt for a minute, Mr. Rosenzweig, you've had your virtual hand up for a bit.
I would ask that you indulge me. As I was reading the live transcript, I saw what I think is an error in what Mr. Lucas said at the outset, and I just wanted, so the record's clear, to capture that. And he mentioned that station 8025 would have a proposed firm capacity of 180 MVA. And then the record says expandable to 170 MVA. I believe, and I just wanted you to factually, as the witness, correct that if needed. Did you mean to say 270 MVA?
I meant to say 270. My apologies.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Presiding Officer Sharkey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig and Mr. Lucas.
Was part of your question, Mr. Wang, about how we chose the location of the transmission lines as well?
Maybe later on. I think not quite there yet. I appreciate Mr. Lucas your explanation for how you got to the alternative 1. Now my question would be, at what point do these other 3 alternatives factor into your analysis? At what point were these generated? What is their relation to the project? So just if you can indulge me a little bit more, I understand that this isn't an ISO New England jurisdictional facility, but for example, for an ISO New England jurisdictional facility, they would have a solution study and they would come up with different types of solutions, and then they would narrow that down into one preferred solution. I was wondering if the process here is the same, similar, or if it's completely different.
We absolutely wanted to be exhaustive from an evaluation perspective of the potential solutions here. I mean, if you look at alternative 1 versus alternative 2, you could see that just kind of generally what alternative 1 is doing is it's providing more of a networked solution. It is networking many more lines, transmission lines into this area, versus alternative 2 is essentially maintaining kind of the radial nature that exists today. And so we did want to evaluate that, if not for any other reason than to for cost comparisons, but we certainly also want to look at it from a system performance perspective as well. And when we looked at alternative two, there are numerous disadvantages from a system performance perspective that Mr. Chatterjee articulated earlier.
Thank you. I appreciate your explanation as to needing to look at different strategies of getting to need. Could you speak to the timeline question that I had about, at what point does this comparison happen?
I mean, the evaluation of alternatives happens early on, at least from a system planning testing of potential solutions. Obviously, the needs are identified, and really the first step is building the full set of potential solutions, because it's then those solutions that move forward to cost estimating. And there are some solutions, for example, that are non-viable or do not address all the needs and therefore wouldn't advance to cost estimating. And so that's why the development and identification of alternatives happens early on in the study process.
Thank you. And if I'm understanding right, Mr. Lucas, you had stated that alternative two would be served sort of as a radial comparison to the networked solution, which is alternative one. I'm wondering then if the company had considered multiple network solutions instead of just alternative one.
We did, and that is what I was describing in the iterative nature of the ultimate alternative one solution. Is we absolutely did step by step look at all the necessary transmission lines to be interconnected to station 8025 to ultimately solve all of the transmission needs and drivers.
Thank you.
And also, if it helps from a transmission standpoint, there are only 3 sources into this area: Mystic and Brighton and North Cambridge. Those are the stations where Mystic and North Cambridge have 345 kV sources into it, and Brighton is a 115 kV source. So when we think about networking transmission lines, it cannot be any other transmission line outside of lines that emanate from these stations.
Thank you. So it sounds like the existing topology also restricts the iterations.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I should have said, as part of alternative two, Mr. Wong, you could see how kind of maintaining the radial nature of the existing system, while it might address the specific planning criteria that is N-1 consequential load loss, by adding a third circuit, it might address that. But that third circuit still comes from North Cambridge. And so to the extent there was, an issue at the substation itself, that's still the source for that whole radial load, both of those radial load pockets. Thanks.
And just final question on that comparison. The electrical deficiency of that solution sounds like it was pretty fatal to the alternative. I'm wondering, once the company decided that, how much more did that not prevent the company from going forward to a costing of that for comparison?
I can start, but Mr. Wong, our internal processes robust enough that we have to look at least one alternative and develop a detailed cost estimate. So there is a like for like comparison. Now, it could have been, it's not the case here, that this alternative 2 could have been lower cost than alternative 1. If that were to be the case, we would try to see if we could make it work somehow. And if there was any possibility, if it came out to be significantly lower cost. So I think there's benefit in conducting a cost estimation study. In this instance, both the costs and the electrical fatalness of this worked in the favor of alternative 1.
Thank you. So to get to one more question on alternative 2, having to do with location. So for alternative 2, there, just for me to confirm, there'd be a new substation at Prospect Street, close to Prospect Street substation. Is that correct?
Correct. So instead of Prospect being supplied from Somerville through those old 4 distribution feeders, because it's the transmission lines going right there, building a bulk station at Prospect Street.
Thank you. And at Linwood substation, it would be a fence expansion. Is that correct?
I'll defer to Mr. Martinez.
At Linwood substation, it will be a new substation. Currently, Linwood substation is not an electrical. Linwood parcel is not an electrical substation. It's actually a workout location. So it will be a new substation on Linwood, and it will be a conversion of a non-bulk station to a bulk station in Prospect.
So you had said a workout location. Is that what you had said?
Yes, and let me rephrase that. Sorry, I just made a mistake on the last sentence. Prospect is actually a distribution switching station, so it has no conversion. So it will be bringing that conversion into the lot via transformation. And then Linwood is currently not an electrical facility. It's more of a workout location. So it will be building a brand new substation at that location.
It has a area work center location. So to just clarify.
Area work center location. Does that mean it's like it's a facility that helps with the maintenance and works for surrounding stations, substations, and switching stations?
Correct. The area houses service vehicles, offices for our staff that works in the Somerville area, and then we also have a service center for the public to come to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And for these 2 new substations that would be part of alternative 2, would they be on property already owned by Eversource or not?
Correct. Property already owned by Eversource.
And just to confirm, I think it's clear, but these 2 substations would be above ground as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And I guess to close out that thought, what types of approvals would these substations require by themselves? I guess if they are ancillary to the transmission lines, they would come before the siting board, but
Well, I can speak to that briefly.
Leaving that aside, what others are there?
So the substations would be considered ancillary facilities to a filing with the siting board, so they would be subject to 69J. If we were looking at expanding or constructing a substation independent of any transmission line facilities, we would either go through local zoning with the city or town, or we would pursue a Chapter 40A for zoning relief with the Department of Public Utilities.
Thank you. And this is getting into the hypotheticals, but given the company's experience with the Fulkerson parcel and so on, what could you speculate as to what 2 new substations in these areas could face in terms of public feedback?
That's a really good question. I'll speak about Prospect Street first. We did look at Prospect Street as a possible location to expand. We do have residents immediately abutting the substation that we would have to work carefully with. And the streets are pretty congested with existing transmission infrastructure. If we were to propose this location, work going off of lessons learned with Fulkerson, we would work closely with the city of Cambridge to determine if that was a solution that they wanted us to pursue, or if they felt there was another parcel that we could review that could also be successful. However, in this case, we are looking at expanding a station. So the anticipation is the abutters would be concerned with that type of use expansion, considering they were residential. Regarding the Linwood location, we have actually had conversations with the city of Somerville to use this property. They are looking at changing the use in the area for some additional development. However, the mayor of the city of Somerville is cognizant that load growth is continuing to expand and that we'll need additional infrastructure, and is looking at us to possibly come up with some sort of creative solution in Linwood. So for any additional infrastructure to be successful, we would need the city of Somerville on board with us and to come up with some appropriate measures that would meet the needs of the communities.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamins. I just have a follow-up. If you have any ideas right now, it might be preliminary, but what plans would the company have for Linwood if this project were to be approved?
I can speak to that. If alternative 2 was approved in the ES.
I meant if alternative 1 was approved, what would you, it sounded like the city was still interested in something to do with Linwood. Is that correct?
We have a few parcels across Somerville, and we're continuing to work with the city of Somerville about where best future infrastructure should be housed. So that's something that's ongoing, but we wouldn't most likely propose to use our existing property for additional infrastructure.
And I should just add, Assistant Director Wong, that we have in the ESMP filed, as we said, multiple stations down the road in the future for load growth in and around Charlestown, Somerville area. In Chapter 9 specifically, we've spoken to the need for a new Station 10, as well as beyond the 10-year timeframe, being able to use Linwood for the longer term electrification growth in Somerville. So this is again perpetuating, even though, as Mr. Lucas was saying, we can solve, in this case, we can't even solve for it. But even if we were able to solve for the issues at hand, we are shortchanging the longer term electrification of Charlestown and Somerville areas by continuing to rely on a station physically located in Somerville to supply East Cambridge.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamins, and thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. Sorry I raised my finger earlier. Okay, the last question I have on wires alternatives is if you could turn to page 3-10 of the analysis on the last sentence of that page, and let me know when you're ready. I just wanted a clarification on what was said there.
I'll defer to Mr. Lucas on that.
Mr. Lucas, so could you explain, maybe you have, like, when you were explaining the electrical, the radial nature of this, but I want for a clearer, just more direct way. Why is it that during outage conditions, if alternative 2 were to be built, that the Kendall generation would have to be offline?
Right. So that is what this last sentence is saying is under outage conditions of the North Cambridge to Putnam lines or Putnam to East Cambridge lines, the Kendall generation can supply its output to the transmission network in alternative 1. And that is because under alternative 1, Kendall interconnect, the Kendall generators, let me be specific, interconnect directly into station 8025. And so even with those lines out of service, there are other outlets of Kendall's generation from station 8025. For example, through the Brighton lines, and whereas comparing that with alternative 2, where Kendall generator is still only radial to the extent those lines between either North Cambridge to Putnam or Putnam to East Cambridge are out of service, Kendall generation would essentially be islanded.
Even with 3 cables.
Could you say that again? I'm sorry.
Even with 3 cables in alternative 2.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna move on to non-wires alternatives. If I'm understanding correctly, from testimony in the East Eagle certificate case, the company has in recent years updated its approach for determining non-wires alternatives for projects. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have built our own tool and capabilities to be able to conduct a comprehensive transmission and distribution non-wires alternative analysis, and have utilized this as par for course for any infrastructure projects that go through our internal project authorization.
So, Mr. Chatterjee and the panel, for this record, could you briefly describe what this approach looks like?
I'll defer to Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. The company, as Mr. Chatterjee has mentioned, has done 2 things. We've developed a non-wires alternative framework, which is public information and outlines in detail what the company makes for assumptions when evaluating non-wires alternatives. That's both for distribution projects and transmission projects. And in addition to that, we've developed a tool that allows us to do those analyses for all of the projects we're looking at. And the way this works internally in the process is that any project we look at that meets certain criteria, specifically is worth more than $3 million, has a more than a 3-year timeline, and is not asset age related or asset condition related, must complete a full non-wires alternative screening. So we look at every project that meets those criteria and go through a wide variety of different technologies that are evaluated. Those include, as we've seen in this petition, battery storage, demand reduction programs, distributed generation, both renewable and conventional, to really make sure that we're not leaving anything on the table that might be a cost-effective solution to deferring the station need.
And I'll just add that we do this analysis on an 8760 hour basis. So the loading curve above the limitations is fully evaluated. So we have the ability to mix and match different combinations of solutions such that in aggregate they fill the area under the curve, so to speak, of the exceedances above the transmission or distribution limitations.
Thank you. And is this analysis done through a software?
That is correct. right now, the tool is an Excel-based tool that we have. We're continuously developing this, but it's an in-house software development that we've done.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. The company has referenced a Dunsky report several times in its analysis of the EE and D demand response part of the non-wires alternative text. Could you briefly describe more of what the Dunsky report is and what the results are that are relevant to this project?
The Dunsky report that was referred to specifically in section 3.5 was commissioned by the company to have a third-party evaluation of any potential demand reduction programs that could be implemented above and beyond the business as usual case for the city of Cambridge. Dunsky took a look at different technologies, that's residential demand response or energy efficiency programs, commercial demand response or energy efficiency programs, and evaluated what the maximum potential would be for the project region.
Thank you. And so what I'm understanding is that the Dunsky report confirms still that the project is superior than the non-wires alternatives. Is that fair to say, or is that too simplistic?
In the tool that Mr. Walker explained, energy efficiency and demand response is only a small portion of the overall NWA analysis. So
Sorry, a small portion of the what?
NWA analysis. So whatever the Dunsky report says is the available energy efficiency and demand response maximum technical potential would be an input into our NWA analysis. So we look for any and all additional technologies, including solar, battery storage, and distributed generation, as Mr. Walker mentioned, in addition to the Dunsky report. So I just wanted to make sure that report in and of itself is not all encompassing. It's only looking at one aspect of non-wires.
Thank you. This could just be how the text is written, but could I refer the company to page 3-14 before I get into the text I'm talking about?
I am there.
Yep. So the way the company describes in the first paragraph of the non-wires alternatives is that it's assessing that the need for non-wires alternatives in a contingency situation. So it's basically taking, it appears that it's taking the need for the project after contingency has happened, rather than having it be an existing solution that reduces load permanently. Am I misunderstanding how the company's approach non-wires alternatives?
Yes, in general, we are looking at non-wires alternatives as an alternative to the transmission solution. So similar to 8025, we're using that as a solution, as Mr. Lucas mentioned, when we have a list of contingencies that we are solving for N-1, N-1, we are then putting the 8025 block in our transmission models and distribution block in our distribution models and solving for all of those distribution and transmission needs, and then resolving to make sure any and all pieces of that overall solution, when taken out, are still able to solve for all the contingency analysis. in our transmission and distribution model. So the non-wires alternative analysis is no different. When we have a N-1 contingency from North Cambridge to Putnam that isolates the entire load pocket, we want to make sure that under that contingency, whatever the non-wire solution is, it can supply 411 megawatts of load in this load pocket, or about 8,200 megawatt hours of energy in this load pocket. And for purposes of what we have looked at, we only looked at it for that outage happening for 1 day, even though we all know that if a cable fails, the outage of those cables could likely be weeks to months. Similar in the distribution system, we know we have walked through the table 2-1 that shows 242 megawatts of load above the 150 MVA of firm capacity. That firm capacity in and of itself encompasses a contingency scenario. So we are only looking at non-wires alternative to solve for the 92 MVA of load difference between 242 megawatts and 150 megawatts, 92 megawatt, or 1,200 megawatt hours of energy deficit.
That is correct. And to add to what Mr. Chatterjee has just said, if specifically for the distribution contingency case, further down in section 3.4, we look at the capacity deficit, which is the 92 MVA, and that is exactly the same number we see in table 2.7 on the needs section. So it might really just be the wording, but it does not, the NWA analysis is not looking at any bigger gap or solution it needs to solve for than was identified in the needs section.
Thank you. I think I had misunderstood just from reading it. The way the analysis is set up, I think by requirement, it looks like the NWAs are seen as more of sort of akin to peaking facilities rather than a permanent infrastructure.
So maybe let me help clarify. To the extent a non-wires alternative is found to be cost-effective and reliable and feasible alternative to the wire solution, it will become a permanent solution. So for instance, if there's a DG solution, for instance, 20 megawatts of DG, once it's installed, it wouldn't in real life, for all practical purposes, run only when the contingency happens. I'm sure there would be many other monetization schemes. So they would most certainly be permanent solutions. We are in a hypothetical world here looking at these solutions. So it looks like it's not a permanent thing.
Thank you.
You said monetization schemes?
Monetization.
Great, thank you.
Monetization.
Yes.
Thank you. And as Mr. Chatterjee and Mr. Walker, you had alluded to earlier, and also it said so in the text, that there could be multiple day outage events at peak. And at 3-18, I believe the company states that these outage events could take 30 days or more. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
So just for the record, and maybe it's described later on in the analysis, I think it might be at 3-26, but if you could give more color as to the scenario that could lead to a 30-day or more outage for me, please.
I'll defer to Mr. Lucas.
Thank you so much for the question, Mr. Wong. And I would also encourage you to ask this question when we have the engineering panel at a later date. I'll give you a high level now, though. And it varies depending on the type of underground transmission line, and we actually have both here in this project area. And we have both high pressure fluid filled pipe type cable, as well as solid dielectric XLPE cables. And for various reasons, the duration of repairs can vary depending on the type of underground transmission line. But at a high level, if there were to be a fault, for example, on a underground XLPE transmission line splice in a manhole, some of the steps that would have to happen is, the existing splices would need to be broken down, an entirely new section of cable pulled in from manhole to manhole, and these cable lengths can be thousands of feet, and then the splices would have to get made up, rebuilt. It's even worse on pipe type cables, because in order to open up the pipe to be able to repair the cable for when it's faulted, the dielectric fluid in the pipe has to be frozen, such that all the fluid doesn't leak out when the pipe is open. These are and even locating where faults can happen sometimes are made more complicated, because these lines are not overhead, and we can't simply fly them quickly with a helicopter and see the tree that's leaning up against the conductors. Sometimes we can use relay targets to try to find where the fault happened, but sometimes we have to even go and use other means, Wheatstone bridges and things, to try to find where the fault happened. It's just made complicated also because these are underground cables, and we don't have visibility into every section of the cable length. Hope that helps.
I'm sorry, what kind of bridge is Wheatstone?
Wheatstone.
Thank you.
Bridge.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas, and I put down a note to ask that of the engineering team later on as well. Moving on to the best solution, the battery energy storage system solution. So I think the company talks about it at page 3-22 if you need a reference. It appears that the company is contemplating a BESS as part of the comprehensive non-wires alternative solution that is charged by the grid. Could the company speculate as to what a solution that is not charged by the grid but is charged by rooftop solar looks like, and what the limitations are to that solution?
It would never be possible, right? So we're looking at two different contingencies, right? And I want to keep bringing back to, we're trying to solve for both contingencies. So for loss of N-1-1, loss of the North Cambridge to Putnam lines, we have isolated the entire load pocket of 411 megawatts by 2030. So for a battery to be able to be sustained based on our N-1-1 analysis, in that instance, we assume the entire distribution NWA, even though it's not feasible, logical, and is purely academic, we've assumed that all is in place. We've added 10 megawatts of EE. We've added another 114 megawatts of rooftop solar. We've assumed every rooftop in Cambridge has rooftop solar, and the availability at time of peak at 4:30 p.m. is roughly about 20 megawatts. So with that, we still have a 294 megawatt, 5,800 megawatt hour need for a battery. So for it to logically be able to suffice, you would almost need 294 megawatts of generation inside Cambridge that supplies that charging need. And 20 megawatts is the most we can get if we account for every rooftop in Cambridge.
Thank you. And just to confirm, even with sufficient solar, it wouldn't get to a multi-day outage. Is that correct?
Correct. The multi-day outage that Mr. Lucas was referring to, up to a month, the most you can get at the time of peak is 20 megawatts in a given day. And our need is 294 megawatts after accounting for 20 megawatts of solar.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. So on that same page, I'm looking at the last sentence, not in the footnotes. The sentence is, therefore, no new resources will be able to interconnect directly to the distribution system served by the East Cambridge substation, etc. And this is with referring to the distributed generation portion of NWAs. My question is this interconnection restriction solely for conventional distributed generation, or is this for any type of new resource that could be that could connect to the distribution system?
All resources of inverter-based resources or conventional resources supply fault current, and just by way of background, in the distribution NWA analysis, which I believe this is referring to, we looked at about 5.7 megawatts of EE and the 47.8 megawatts of PV, which brings the peak to about 4:30 p.m. At that point, we have 87 megawatts, not 92 megawatts, because the load is also coming down a bit, 2 megawatts of EE and DR by that time, and about 8 megawatts of solar. So that brings us to 77 megawatts and 1,100 megawatt hours of battery storage need, which we had determined would require 22 acres and 8 to 9 city blocks. So we rejected that as a practical or feasible alternative. So to really suffice that 77 megawatts and 1,100 megawatt hours of need, you'd have to build 69 1.2 megawatt units and scatter that. These would be generally natural gas or diesel generators across city of Cambridge. 69 generators, 1.2 megawatts each is what we need, but 18 feeders are all we have. So 18 feeders, and each of those feeders, we would have to connect about 3 generators each with 1.2 megawatts each. So essentially, we would not be able to connect more than 3 times 18 or 54 generators. Now, each of these generators would be connected, 3 generators on every feeder, is unlike anything ever on the distribution system. Each of them, under faulted conditions, would contribute to fault currents on distribution feeders. So needless to say, for us to have interconnection studies completed for 69 generators or even 54 generators would take likely years for us to figure out how we would mitigate all of those fault current issues or any other thermal loading issues that we would see from the interconnection studies. None of that work had been done. We just, we think there are significant other issues, land, emissions, natural gas supply, permitting, in addition to interconnection issues. Interconnection issues is one of the many issues.
Thank you. On the next page, I'm almost wrapping up, but on the next page, there is in the second to last paragraph, in the second to last sentence, it stated that each site would also require sufficient land and buffering compatible with the required zoning requirements for a generating facility. I would just like a little bit more elaboration on zoning requirements for new distributed generation facilities, if you could.
I will have to defer to Ms. Benjamin's for that. I don't have background on all the zoning requirements that would be needed for natural gas generation in streets of Cambridge. Ms. Benjamin's. Or we could take a record request.
We can circle back when she's available. I don't want to also have a lot more record requests for no reason. Yeah. Thank you. So I'll ask that. Oh,
I'm sorry, I'm here.
sorry about that.
Can you repeat the question?
Yep. So on page 3-23 of the analysis, the company states in the second last paragraph and the second last sentence that each site would also require, and this is for conventional distributed generation, each site would also require sufficient land and buffering compatible with the required zoning requirements for a generating facility. And I just wanted more clarification on zoning requirements.
So zoning electrical infrastructure such as a substation or transmission infrastructure is different than zoning for distribution facilities. And that would be for generation facilities. And that would be very specific to the city or the local entity of what they were willing to accept and to accommodate in an area. So it would depend on the location and the feedback from the city.
And specific to Cambridge, do you know off the top of your head any particular requirements?
It's really dependent on the type of facility. And each area within Cambridge is zoned differently. So depending on where it needed to go would really just depend on those requirements. So some areas have infrastructure that's been grandfathered in. The city of Cambridge is really looking for more green generation resources and is more accommodating to those. But it's really a case-by-case basis. I'm sorry, I can't give you
what the analysis had described. Okay, I just have two questions that are more forward-looking, I believe. Could the company hypothesize or describe a hybrid non-wires and wires alternative? And would that change the size or magnitude of the project?
Thank you for that question, Assistant Director Wong. The way the company has looked at this, both from a distribution contingency and transmission contingency, was inherent and meant to allow such a comparison. If example given in our analysis, we would have found that we had a sufficient non-wires alternative for the distribution contingency, so solving the overload problem at station 875, that would have been, for example, a hybrid solution to address the transmission need with the proposed solution and install a non-wires alternative, for example, as an overload, vice versa. We did not find that any of those solutions did make sense. As in the report, neither transmission nor distribution contingency on their own were addressable through non-wires alternatives.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was going to say one more comment. Further, by the nature of the traditional solutions, they create enough capacity as they're installed. The addition of that new substation, for example, 8025, that at that point, you do not have a further need for non-wires impact.
Thank you. And it sounded like your response, Mr. Walker, could be hinging on the fact that right now there just are not viable non-wires solutions to wires solutions. Is that correct?
I wouldn't quite classify it as that. The issue we're seeing here is simply based on the size of the need. 92 megawatts of capacity need at the 75 station is quite a lot of need for a very small area to be addressed through non-wires alternatives, especially in a very dense area where there is a lot of constraint on deploying other technologies. On the transmission contingency, the simple fact that we would be in the need of islanding an entire load pocket to address that N-1 need also is just from the way the need is not conducive to a non-wires alternatives. Typically, from our experience, what we've seen across with this process across all of our territory is that solutions that have a small capacity deficiency that allow enough time to implement are the best suited for non-wires.
And I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Walker mentioned. The battery size that would be needed for 294 megawatts, 5,800 megawatt hours. We can have new technologies evolve over time that make batteries compact, but as it looks right now, it looks like 50 city blocks of batteries that would be needed. So there is no practical innovation that we can see that would further reduce the size.
Thank you. Thank you both. I'm all set. I believe Mr. Wilmer might have some questions to follow up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wong. If the company could please refer to the analysis at 3-2. And let me know when you're ready.
Mr. Wilmer, just clarification, are you referring to 3-2 page number?
Yes, yes, 3-2 page number.
I'm there.
Okay. At the bottom of the page, the company states that option C requires 2 new transformers at the Prospect Street substation and 3 new transformers at the Linwood Street substation for a total of 5 transformers. Option D requires 3 new transformers at Linwood Street. Why does option D require 3 new transformers at Linwood Street, while option C requires the same amount with an additional 2 transformers at Prospect Street substation?
I'll defer to Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, it's the beginning build out, but the ultimate build out is the 4 transformer at Linwood Street. That is the original intention of option D. But the original build out will be 3, and then as we go along, we'll put the 4th one. That is the difference.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And on 3-2, the company proposes Linwood Street as a single viable solution. Did the company consider an alternative that only used Prospect Street substation?
Let me see if I can address this. So having Prospect Street as the only station would have required Brighton supplying Prospect into Somerville. As you know, Somerville is normally open and is not currently tied to Mystic. So that would require Brighton cables to be supplying the entirety of 4 new transformers at Prospect, which would have a combined capacity of 270 megawatts. In addition to the loading on the Brighton to Somerville line. So that much load would require that Somerville ties be closed from Mystic. And so you would then have both Mystic and Brighton supplying that load. So it begs the question of why put so much load on the Brighton to Somerville line instead of the overall balancing of transmission flows between Brighton and Mystic. And from a distribution perspective, having 4 transformers at Prospect would then require significant distribution lines, but I'll defer to Mr. Martinez to expand on that.
I believe while doing the engineer analysis, it was not feasible to fit more than 3 transformers at Prospect Street. So there's actually a physical limitation at Prospect Street. And just 3 transformers with a firm capacity of 150 is not enough to basically compare with a project solution.
Thank you. That was going to be my follow-up if it was a space limitation. And if that were the case, would providing more space by going underground, or would it be possible to stack vertically in any way? Like, is it a absolute impossibility, or is it more of a financial feasibility issue?
Those are questions probably better answered by the engineering team, but realize that Prospect itself is an existing substation with existing infrastructure. So, but I'll defer to the engineering team to answer that question.
So if I may expand on what Mr. Martinez just said, to build at grade at Prospect Street Station 819, we did look at putting 3 transformers in there. It was very tight. So for all intents and purposes, that's about the best that you could do. We had also looked at having to put some of the equipment, and I believe it was the 115 kV switching equipment, on a platform above the GIS. So we did look at some level, at one level, about going up. We didn't look at going underground because when we looked at the underground infrastructure in the area or in the yard at existing station 819, there were a lot of duct banks. The area was just completely laced with them, and that would have required the the relocation of them all. So those were some of the things that kind of put us away from that site as well, from a constructability standpoint.
Thank you. Can the company please refer to figure 3-3? And let me know when you are there.
We're there.
Okay. I think I may actually share my screen for this, just to make it easier to follow. Looking at figure 3-3, does the company see any way in which the transmission lines can be shortened?
I can speak to part of this question. The transmission line routes that were put on paper were designed based on our experience and knowledge of the area, partially through routing the Greater Cambridge Energy Program, and then also subsequent other work that's happening in the area. As there's many constraints from a routing and engineering design perspective that need to be contended with when we're looking at routing transmission infrastructure. A couple of those components are evident on this map. One of them is crossing the Mystic River, coming out of our Mystic substation, which is station 250 up in the top right. The river channel is extremely congested, and there's not significant opportunities for us to cross the river in that location. So we've been looking at that area for some other programs that we have where we need to reinforce our existing infrastructure, and have the most successful route that we've come across is coming back out of the substation and crossing the Mystic Channel, another location. We also have several roadways that we need to contend with, which are elevated and have substantial footings and other infrastructure that need to be crossed carefully. One of them being Route 93. So the route needs to come to a location where we can successfully cross that roadway and meet the requirements of Massachusetts Department of Transportation. When you're looking at the Linwood substation, we're crossing roadways and also contending with existing infrastructure that we've had to work with for the Greater Cambridge Energy Program, including the Green Line extension, as well as other roadway infrastructure that is, again, elevated with substantial footing. So we have limited areas for us to successfully cross that infrastructure. Finally, another piece that we have to contend with is crossing the Charles River. There's several different ways to cross the Charles River or any water body, which includes attaching to bridges or going underneath through a horizontal directional drill or some other capacity to go under the river. So to be able to successfully connect one side to the other, you need to have successful landing sites or bridges. So we do think this is the most efficient way to connect each station, understanding those limitations that we've been routing around.
And Mr. Wilmer, if I could just add a couple more things for perspective. Mike Howard from Epsilon Associates, completely agree with everything that Ms. Benjamin's just walked you through. A couple other key points, from the start of this exercise, our focus is to try and find the shortest, most direct routes to the different substation facilities that we were charged with connecting into. And Maya walked you through what some of those examples are. It's a little bit like putting together a puzzle. And the first part of the puzzle was the beginning and end points of the substations. The second part of the puzzle, Mr. Wilmer, was trying to repurpose those segments of the project routes that would still tie into some of these different substations. These are routes that we have vetted. These are routes that we've moved forward. Those are routes that we know are buildable, but also factored into our analysis for this task were certain streets or roadways where through that more in-depth routing analysis for the project were determined to be inferior or had constraints, or through the screening process for that exercise, we assumed it would also apply here. So that also took out certain routes and streets that you might otherwise assume might be available on the map that's on the screen now. Maya gave a good example of coming out of the Mystic substation. I can give you two more examples. And this was one of the questions, I believe, that the setting board posed in an IR. And that was, well, why not come right across the River Street Bridge and head up River Street right to, I forget what substation that is, the Prospect Street substation. The reason we didn't do that straight line approach is because through our many stakeholder meetings, including with the city of Cambridge, that segment of River Street between Memorial Drive and Prospect Street was of the opinion of Cambridge was not a technically feasible route because of utilities and other constraints in that roadway.
I do want to add to what Mr. Howard has said. That has been confirmed through doing various surveys of the street, because we've been looking to use Prospect Street for distribution infrastructure, and we have not been able to find space for that infrastructure. So go ahead.
And I'll just give you two more examples, Mr. Wilmer. And the reason I'm emphasizing these examples, we don't want the setting board to think that we just took this map and put these lines. A lot of thought went into this exercise to try and make it as realistic as possible. The same argument would apply to Western Avenue, which is just to the north of River Street. That's also a relatively direct shot up to that substation to the north. Feedback from the city of Cambridge was to avoid Western Avenue if you could. They just did a major utility installation process in there, and it would have required, digging up the road and relocating those utilities. And then the last comment is the routes that follow Memorial Drive. Memorial Drive, from the beginning of our routing exercise for the entire project, Mr. Wilmer, has been a pretty viable route. It's been pretty well received by DCR. It's one of the routes that has more space than some of the other streets. So this map that's on the screen now repurposes segments of the routes that comprise the project. It also includes routes that come out of the North Cambridge substation to the west. Staying on Memorial Drive from the North Cambridge substation avoids all those residential neighborhoods towards the center of your map. So a lot of thought went into this, and I just want to take a moment to walk you through some of those key points, and we appreciate the opportunity to answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you both. Speaking of Memorial Drive, it is my understanding that the company would prefer to route the utilities through a roadway versus the pedestrian or multi-use pathway due to, I believe it's Article 97 being activated. Could you speak a little bit more on that, on why selecting one over the other, the difficulty that the challenges it would pose for the company to use Article 97 on Memorial Drive?
Sure. You want to start, Maya? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. I can start. For Memorial Drive, it is a paved access area, and through several other projects with DCR, we have, and that's the Department of Conservation and Recreation with Massachusetts, who owns Memorial Drive. We have worked with them on a number of occasions where paved access roads do not trigger Article 97. Article 97 is a legislative process that requires for us to have sponsored legislation and to contribute lands to DCR and other components, as well as to undertake mitigation. And we also have to demonstrate that there's no other successful path to proceed with. So in some cases, though, multi-use pathways do not require Article 97. It depends on how the property was acquired, and it also depends on how the property is zoned in the area. For an example, the Grand Junction corridor that goes north out of the substation, the city of Cambridge has acquired that property through mitigation from a developer. And in that process, they subsequently are zoning that rail trail to be friendly for infrastructure, such as transmission and distribution lines. So we would not be required to go through the Article 97 process. So it is somewhat site specific and how the property was acquired.
Thank you. I don't want to get too far into routing. I know we have another time reserved for that. But I do appreciate the feedback on alternative 2. I was specifically looking, as Mr. Howard mentioned, the connection between Brighton and Prospect, and it seems that potentially there might be benefit to routing through Putnam since the River Street Bridge has been used in alternative 1. Could you please speak on why there appear to be a northern route and a southern route leaving Brighton substation, and why those can't be consolidated into one route? If I'm reading that correctly.
Let me see if I can clarify first, and we can circle back on your question if that's okay, Mr. Wilmer. If the first part of your question was, could a route have come out of the Brighton substation, down Cambridge Street to the River Street Bridge, and then cross over Memorial Drive staying on River Street?
If it would be beneficial in some way to connect to Putnam along the way versus circumventing it northern or southern route.
So okay, so now I understand your question. So it's fine to come down River Street to Memorial Drive. We know that from our other routes. On the other side of River Street was what I was talking about earlier. Yeah. Heading further north was a non-starter. Here at Putnam, and I'll ask my engineering colleagues and Ms. Benjamins to speak up too. Here at Putnam, remember, we have a line that's has to come in from the North Cambridge substation. That's one duct bank coming from that direction. That line, once it hits Putnam, a second cable has to come out and head over to East Cambridge substation. I speculate that to bring a third cable in that location was one of the challenges that we talked about. And if my colleagues have that same recollection, I encourage you to add that clarity. And the other thing we're trying to do, Mr. Wilmer, we're like with any routing exercise, and this is more high level for the type of concept we're talking about, we're also mindful of trying to maximize our geographic diversity as much as we can. So find the shortest, most direct routes, take advantage of whatever geographic diversity that we can provide, and things of those natures.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. I'm relatively new to siting. I'm not aware of the requirements for geographic diversity and an alternative versus another alternative, as opposed to different routing paths. It does seem like in some instances it's okay to use the same routing in the case of Memorial Drive, and then in other instances it's not. And I understand it can be kind of, there's a lot of factors that go into routing. That's something maybe I can discuss internally further to understand that requirement.
Can I take the opportunity to explain Memorial Drive in a little bit greater detail?
I don't think it's necessary. I think we're a little pressed on time, but
Okay.
thank you. I'm seeing there's about 9 minutes left. So I'm gonna go to figure 3-4. If the company can please refer to that. And please let me know when you are ready.
I'm ready.
So looking at figure 3-4, it appears to me that it shows transmission lines 351 and 358 connecting North Cambridge directly to Mystic, shown in this red line. Where is that shown in figure 3-3?
Don't believe it's shown in figure -3.
It is not shown in figure 3-3. The lines that you call out, Mr. Wilmer, are 345 kV, line 351 and 358.
I'm sorry, John, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to say line 351 and 358 are 345,000 volt lines and wouldn't be used as a supply for the new proposed new substation. I apologize for my voice. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Is that this is am I reading correctly that these lines are part of the solution to alternative 2? And are you stating that they're not shown because they are not of the same capacity as the ones in the diagram in 3-3?
No, I should clarify those 345 kV lines. No 345 kV lines are part of any alternative. All of the alternatives involve supply from the 115 kV system. The North Cambridge station is far to the far northwest and west side of this map, and Mystic Station is across the Mystic River in Everett. And there's transmission, 345 kilovolt transmission that connects basically the northern New England system and the south New England system together through North Cambridge. These are major supply lines into the city of Boston, but have no relevance to the project as designed to supply the city of Cambridge.
If I might add, Mr. Wilmer, for figure 3.4 that you have here, what we were trying to depict with alternative 2 here on this specific figure is solid lines are existing dashed lines are part of alternative 2. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you. That's all I have for figure 3-4. I wanted to ask generally, how much of a reduction in transmission line miles would alternative 2 need to achieve to be more cost effective than alternative 1? I understand that might be a little difficult to calculate, but I believe the estimates were somewhere around 8 miles for alternative 1 and 17 for alternative 2.
I believe net alternative 2 that's shown in this figure 3-4 will require new cables, completely upgrading the existing cables from Mystic to Somerville to new solid dielectric cables. So that I believe is about 9 miles additional, and there would be no way to eliminate that upgrade as part of alternative 2 because we're putting in that much load on the Linwood and through Linwood and Prospect Street station on the broader Brighton to Mystic path. So it isn't about reducing miles. The scope is quite substantially higher in figure 3-4 as it relates to transmission.
And it I'll just add it by virtue of it maintaining the existing radial configuration, it almost has to be that way. And that's one of the advantages of alternative 1, in that it's networking the lines that are the closest in proximity to the proposed location of station 8025. This alternative to address the thermal overloads on the existing lines, as well as the N-1-1 loss of consequential load violations. You need new transmission paralleling the existing transmission for pretty much the entire length to be able to resolve all of those. And that's why the circuit mileage is so long for alternative 2.
Thank you. It was less about putting into question the need of them. It was just more of a thought of how close in terms of cost was alternative 2 to alternative 1 from a lines perspective.
If I could refer you to table 3-2 in the petition, it's not a full apples to apples comparison, because when we're looking at the overall cost, there is additional distribution infrastructure that's needed for alternative 2.
3-2. Yeah. Yes.
So if we were looking at reducing the transmission line component, to be more efficient, as you were discussing a point earlier, I don't believe we would accomplish the goal, because as Deganto and Mr. Chatterjee and Mr. Lucas have spoken to, we're connecting 2 additional substations that are much further outside of the low pocket, being Mystic substation and our North Cambridge substation. So to eliminate that additional mileage would be, and bring it into comparison, would be impossible.
Thank you. Could the company please refer to the analysis at page 3-8?
We're there.
I want to find the exact place of the text I'm going to reference. About halfway through the second paragraph, towards the bottom of the page, the company states that the new substation 8025 would support local distribution loads, allowing load to be moved from East Cambridge substation 875 to Prospect Street substation. I was wondering where in the analysis does the company show East Cambridge 875 connecting to Prospect Street 819? It appears that this text is referencing figure 3-4 above.
Correct. This is referring to the 8025 station in alternative 1 that will help offload 875 and Prospect Street station, as well as Putnam station, eliminating the projected overloads on the 875. I don't believe this is referring to some of the load from East Cambridge and Putnam being moved to Prospect and Linwood, thereby reducing the loading on East Cambridge and Putnam. But that would be what would happen with this alternative. Two, we would have to move load from East Cambridge and connect that load on Prospect Street and Linwood Station to really solve the distribution need. Correct.
Thank you. It seemed like it was referring to alternative 1 since the paragraph began with the expanded Prospect Street substation. Thank you for the clarification. Let's see. This may be along the same lines. The second to last sentence in that paragraph states that the load would also be transferred from Putnam Substation 831 to the Prospect Street Substation load pocket. And I was wondering where in the analysis the company shows Putnam Substation 831 connecting to Prospect Street 819.
So that statement is actually correct because recall that we have moved load from 875 through interim load transfers to Somerville or Prospect Street Station and Prospect Street Station, which is a non-bulk station, and to Putnam. We moved 34 megawatts of load to Putnam and 44 megawatts of load effectively to Somerville bulk station. What this is saying is if we move forward with this alternative 2, we would have to now move some of that load from Putnam Station back onto this new Prospect Street Station, which is a new bulk station, to bring Putnam's loading back down because it was supplying East Cambridge load. I'll have Mr. Martinez expand on that.
Maybe I should just clarify. So figure 3-4 shows the 115 kV lines and the 345 kV lines of the system. When in these sentences, when we say transfer load from Putnam to Prospect, we actually meant through the 14 kV system. So what will happen is if we build a bulk distribution substation at Prospect, we will have to take customers or parts of Putnam distribution 14 kV system and transfer it to Prospect, which now has capacity because it has transformation. So that's what these sentences are referring to. I hope that clarifies the question, Mr. Wilmer.
Yes, thank you. So to be clear, there is no direct link from Prospect to Putnam.
So again, on the distribution system, Prospect Street does supply City of Cambridge. So and Putnam does supply City of Cambridge. So for us to move load from Putnam to Prospect, we would essentially have more load be picked up through distribution feeders in East Cambridge, and then in return, pick some of that load in East Cambridge be picked up by Prospect. So it's what in distribution planning is called cascade load transfers. So they aren't directly connected, but they don't necessarily have to be directly connected.
So there's no 115 kV line connecting Prospect. Thank you.
Correct.
My final question, please refer to information request EFSB PA-10.
We're there.
Thank you. The company states that each college, university, or other school campus directly abutting a proposed route was counted in its totality as a sensitive receptor, regardless of where the library, daycare facility, or chapel might be located on the campus. My question is, would on-campus facilities that serve the general public, such as a university hospital, be counted separately from the university?
Mr. Wilmer, could you say the question again one more time, please?
Sure. Would on-campus facilities that serve the general public, such as a university hospital, be counted separately from the university?
I'd have to think about that, Mr. Wilmer. I think as you know from the analysis and the discovery that's been submitted to date, we looked at the campuses of both MIT and Harvard holistically, and the services that they predominantly provide to users of their campuses. And based on what we know about those campuses, we believe that was the right call for this project. It's challenging to answer a hypothetical question. I'd have to think about it a little bit. Maya, I don't know if you have any thoughts on the question that's been posed. It boils down to how we evaluate, what's a sensitive receptor and what's not on a campus environment.
Right. Sorry, I was looking for the response. I think in this case, it really depends on where the facility is located. And I do not believe that the hospital is located in an area. A lot of MIT's buildings are used by the public. They can be rented out for different events and things like that. I don't believe that the question that you're asking would change our perspective on how we conduct the scoring.
Thank you. It is now 4:08, and that concludes my questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Wilmer. Mr. Green, I believe you have some questions.
Maybe just one or two. This question could be interpreted as either a need question or a project alternative question, but we've certainly talked a lot about the Kendall generating station in its current ownership format with Vicinity as a steam generator. I just wanted to explore quickly whether that facility was thought about as not in the non-wires alternative context. I don't think it's generating much, if any, electricity right now in terms of how Vicinity is operating the facility, but it does have two, I believe, existing generators that are capable of producing somewhere north of 200 megawatts. At least that's the rated capacity of units 3 and 4. So I just want to put the question to the panel: how useful could the Kendall generating facility be as an electric producer in the way it had been historically in terms of meeting needs in the project area and supplanting some of the project need at least, and perhaps serving as at least an option to look at.
Mr. Green, thank you so much for the question. And my initial thought and reaction is, at least from a transmission system planning criteria perspective, we are unable to rely on Kendall's existing electric generators to solve any of the transmission needs that are driving the Greater Cambridge Energy Program.
Can you elaborate on that?
The planning cases that we develop have to consider Kendall both online and operational as well as offline. And so to the extent the overloads are identified in the Kendall offline cases, we must resolve them. Kendall, as you know, is a merchant facility and anything we can rely on to solve these transmission needs from a NERC planning criteria, ISO New England planning criteria, or Eversource planning criteria perspective.
So just to make sure I understand you, is the limitation on Kendall that it could become an out of service generator given the contingency? So it's just not in a position to essentially black start anything and provide relief, or is it more the fact that if Kendall were needed as a generation source, it just simply can't respond quickly enough to the need?
No, it's not any physical limitations regarding its ramp rate or fuel supply or anything. It's not that. It's simply we do not control its operation. Eversource does not control when the unit is generating electricity and when it is not, and we cannot rely on it as being a solution to these transmission needs.
I would imagine that answer is based on sort of the market operation of the facility currently, but would it be possible, at least conceptually, for Eversource to have a bilateral contract with Vicinity to have the facility operate in a different manner to bolster the Cambridge area system? I think you might be muted.
I can start. I think the bilateral agreement with a merchant generator that is otherwise registered in the ISO New England market to participate and make revenues would require a complete overhaul in their operation and their revenues. We will, from a context of NWA standpoint, for us to reliably rely on it, we would have to take on full operational control of it. And we would have to then secure a bilateral agreement with it. We would never pursue an agreement such as that unless it is only for an emergency, which we may need to at some point if there are any delays with the Greater East Cambridge program. But we would never do that, have that kind of an arrangement, taking operational control of a combined cycle power plant, unless we had to run it for emergencies. That is not how we would be planning our grid.
Again, since we're talking about a project with a fairly hefty price tag, I think it sort of demands on our part a little bit of out-of-the-box thinking and questions. And I appreciate the institutional and market limitations that you and Mr. Lucas have been describing. But if we could sort of put those aside and say, if Eversource controlled the facility, had full control, operational, financial control, would having Kendall generating station at your complete disposal to use however you needed it solve the problem of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program project, or would it not be a solution at all, or maybe a partial solution?
It would not be a solution because our transmission planning criteria, as Mr. Lucas mentioned before, requires generation to be considered online and offline, as is practice in ISO New England as well. So not only can it not be under ISO New England and NPCC and NERC planning criteria be relied upon as a firm generator to alleviate any and all transmission constraints, it of course would not even address the distribution constraints. But I appreciate the question. This is why in ISO New England, in NEPL region, when studies are conducted, they run a probabilistic generation out scenario. In every needs assessment, they consider generation out in load pockets as well as generation out outside of load pockets, and they run a quite extensive probabilistic analysis looking at availability. That is done because, I mean, that is the best practice in conducting transmission studies, but our NERC planning criteria violation that requires corrective action plan to rely on a generator dispatched till perpetuity would be rejected by NERC. It is not a good utility practice to be planning the grid that way.
And I assume that there would be no discretion under the NERC criteria to treat Kendall as the unit that would be modeled as out of service, because that is in the load pocket and that is the most adjacent unit, correct? Is that the reason that you would be modeling Kendall as out of service as opposed to some far more distant power plant?
It is the only generator available. If there were 4 or 5 other generators in the area, probabilistic assessment would maybe, and if we were talking about a broader load pocket area, probabilistic assessment may be just okay, modeling some of the generators online in that instance. But when you are single-handedly relying on one generator to relieve a significant amount of transmission constraints, that is not good transmission planning practice.
And not acceptable under NERC criteria.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That was my question.
And can I just ask you, Mr. Chatterjee, you had also mentioned, or Mr. Lucas had mentioned, there was an issue regarding the ownership of the generating facility, as in the company would not have the ability to essentially control the operations of the facility to perhaps provide the support that Mr. Green was talking about. Would that, I'm assuming that would still be true, even if you were in a situation where there would be multiple generation facilities.
I think in general, anything that the EDC or the TO in this instance and the TP in this instance, as us as the owner operator of non-PTF facilities, we would essentially
of non what facilities?
PTF, pool transmission facilities, we would have to fully rely on this generator. I just don't see any way out of us not having full operational control of that generator, because we're not the reliability coordinator in this instance. If ISO New England, in that scheme, in that sense, they have a market, they're clearing dispatch of generators, they don't need to own generators. But in our instance, we don't have a market. We'd have to have a bilateral agreement, as Director Green was alluding to, and that bilateral agreement would certainly say we need you on whenever we need you on, which could be at any moment's notice. So we would require full operational control, not ownership, but full operational control. And if there were 4 or 5 generators, I think the bilateral agreement would be simpler, because we would require ownership through we would require operational control of a subset of units in that bilateral agreement.
And in any event, is it your understanding that there are certainly restrictions on Eversource owning generation within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, except in certain limited circumstances?
I don't believe we are allowed to own. We have been in similar situations in Martha's Vineyard where we have rented in those instances diesel generators and we've hooked them up for the summer months and operated them. But we also in Martha's Vineyard have bilateral agreements with a third-party owner of diesel generation there. So that is the kind of arrangement that works, but absent that, I don't believe we can take ownership of generation in the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. Does anyone else on the bench have any questions? Seeing none, does counsel for the other parties have any follow-up to the questions we've asked today?
Nothing from us, Presiding Officer Sharkey.
Thank you, Mr. DeTore. Mr. Olson, you're on mute, but I can see your voice, your mouth moving.
Oh, sorry, I clicked the wrong button. I hit video instead of on the microphone.
That's
None,
okay.
none for Cambridge, thank you.
Okay, then. Then it seems we're concluded with project approach. I've done some consultation regarding what we might have for Friday for topics. And I believe we should be able to start off with consistency with state policy, project outreach, environmental justice questions, and cost, and hopefully get started on environmental on Friday. Also with the understanding we're going to deal with, if possible, EMF and traffic issues at the start of the environmental issues. Is that acceptable to the company?
That would, excuse me, that would work well for us, Presiding Officer Sharkey. I do have a question on sort of redirect. I don't think we have any, but will it be the practice in this case to do it on a topic by topic or panel by panel basis, or wait to the end of, let's say, the entire examination of the company's witnesses and then approach the question? I just want to make sure if this would be the opportunity, if we had redirect, that I should be planning for it, if you know what I'm saying.
Do you have a preference, Mr. Rosenzweig?
I think things stay more organized if it's done on a issue by issue, panel by panel basis, given availability of witnesses, and it's better to put kind of issues to bed and then move on to other issues and other witnesses and do it in that side of kind of staged manner is my suggestion. But
that's fine with me. Do you, in light of that, do you have redirect you'd like to do?
I do not think so, but I would like 2 minutes off the record just to make sure that over the first 2 days, nobody has anything that they believe didn't come out as they had wished.
Sure. Why don't we take a 5-minute break, and then Alan, hopefully we will be, I know we didn't get a mid-afternoon break, but hopefully we'll be wrapping up quickly. Is that okay with you, Alan?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's come back at 4:30. So back on the record.
Presiding Officer Sharkey, we appreciate the couple minutes to confer. And we do not have any redirect, so I just want to thank you for giving us that opportunity.
In that case, we will end the hearings for today and we will resume on Friday at 10 a.m. And I look forward to seeing all of you then. Thank you.
You.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Off.